Story 1.
On my birthday, I asked, did anyone remember? Dad said, we don't celebrate selfish people. My sister smirked, maybe next year if you change. I just smiled and walked away. A month later, she came begging, I need $50,000 for my wedding. I replied, ask your birthday fairies. I'm going to tell you something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it. The day I realized my entire family had been gaslighting me for 27 years, I was standing in my childhood kitchen wearing a paper crown from Burger King. Let me back up. My 27th birthday fell on a Tuesday. Nothing special about Tuesdays, right? Except this particular Tuesday, I'd taken the day off work, driven 3 hours to my parents' house in Greenwich because Mom had insisted, that I come home for a family dinner. Her voice on the phone had been warm, almost giddy. We haven't seen you in months, sweetie. Your father's been asking about you. That should have been my first clue. Dad never asked about me. I pulled into the driveway at 4:30, hauling a bottle of wine I'd spent too much on and wearing the blue dress Mom always said brought out my eyes. The house looked the same as always, sprawling colonial with black shutters, the lawn maintained by landscapers who came every Thursday like clockwork. Dad's Mercedes gleamed in the garage. My sister Vanessa's white Lexus sat in the circular drive, the one with a vanity plate that read Vinca 1. I remember my stomach did this weird flip as I walked up the front steps. Anticipation, maybe. Hope. Stupid hope. The front door was unlocked. I could hear voices in the kitchen, laughter, the clink of glasses. My heart lifted. They were all here. Together. For me. Hello? I called out, pushing through the foyer. The smell of roasted chicken hit me, and underneath it, something sweet. Cake, you maybe. I'm here. The kitchen went quiet. Mom stood by the island, her hands wrapped around a wine glass. Dad sat at the breakfast nook, reading something on his iPad. Vanessa leaned against the counter in head-to-toe athleisure that probably cost more than my monthly rent, her highlighted hair swept into a perfect ponytail. They all looked at me. Just looked. Hi, I said again, slower this time. The wine bottle suddenly felt heavy in my hands. I'm here for dinner? Oh. Mom's face did this thing, this subtle tightening around the eyes. Melissa? Yes. We're having dinner. Not happy birthday. Not we're so glad you're here. Just acknowledgement. Did anyone remember? The words came out before I could stop them. Small. Childish. Bet it's my birthday? The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. Dad set down his iPad. He looked at me over his reading glasses with an expression I'd seen 1,000 times growing up, disappointment wrapped in condescension. We don't celebrate selfish people, Melissa. The words hit like a physical blow. I actually took a step back. Excuse me? Vanessa laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. It was a laugh she'd perfected in high school, the one that could make teachers think she was delightful while she destroyed someone's reputation in 3 words or less. Dad's right. You've been pretty self-centered lately. Self-centered. I repeated it like a foreign word. I've been self-centered. Well. Mom set down her wine glass and sighed, like I was forcing her into an uncomfortable conversation. You did miss Vanessa's engagement party. And you've been so focused on your little job in the city. We hardly see you anymore. My little job. I was a senior financial analyst at Morrison & Associates, pulling in 6 figures. But sure. My little job. I missed Vanessa's engagement party because it was on a Wednesday afternoon and I couldn't get time off on 3 days' notice. See? Vanessa interrupted, gesturing at me with her wine glass. It's always an excuse with you. Work. Some of us have priorities, Mel. Some of us understand that family comes first. I stared at her. At all of them. The roasted chicken sat on the counter, steaming. The table was set for 4. Everything looked normal. Perfect, even. Like a scene from a magazine about beautiful families and beautiful houses. Except none of it was for me. Maybe next year, Vanessa said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. If you change. That's when something inside me just snapped. Not dramatically. Not with tears or shouting. It was quieter than that. It was like a door closing. A lock clicking into place. I smiled. I don't know what my face looked like, but Vanessa's smirk faltered. Okay, I said. Just that. Okay. I set the wine bottle on the counter, the expensive one I'd brought as a gift, and I walked out. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't slam the door. I just left. Behind me, I heard Mom call out, "Melissa, don't be dramatic." I kept walking. The drive back to the city was a blur. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. I remember having to pull over at a rest stop because my hands were shaking too badly to drive safely. I sat in my car in the parking lot as the sun set, watching families walk past with their fast food bags and their tired children, and I thought, when did I become the villain in my own family? I couldn't answer that question. But I could answer another one: what was I going to do about it? The answer came to me slowly, over the next few weeks. It started with small things. I stopped responding to family group texts immediately. I stopped offering to help with things. When Mom called to complain about her book club drama, I listened politely and said I had to go after 5 minutes instead of my usual hour. "You seem distant," she said once, suspicion creeping into her voice. "Just busy with work," I replied. "You know. My little job." She didn't catch the edge in my tone. Or maybe she did and chose to ignore it. I spent my actual birthday alone in my apartment, eating Thai food and watching mindless TV. My phone stayed silent. No calls. No texts. Not even from my Aunt Caroline, who usually at least sent a Facebook message. It hurt less than I expected. Or maybe I was just numb. But here's the thing about being numb: it gives you clarity. And in my clarity, I started noticing things I'd spent years overlooking. Like how every family dinner somehow centered around Vanessa's accomplishments. Her promotion to senior account manager. Her engagement to Preston Whitmore III, whose family owned half the commercial real estate in Connecticut. Her wedding plans, which apparently required 18 months of preparation and a budget that could have paid off my student loans 3 times over. Like how Dad's eyes lit up when Vanessa walked into a room but sort of glazed over when I spoke. How Mom called Vanessa 3 times a day but only reached out to me when she needed something: advice on her investment portfolio, help planning a surprise party, someone to drive Grammy to her doctor's appointment. Like how I'd spent my entire adult life trying to earn a place at a table where I was always going to be the extra chair. The worst part? I'd almost convinced myself it was normal. That all families had a favorite. That I just needed to try harder, be better, prove myself worthy of their attention. But that night in the kitchen, when Dad called me selfish for wanting my own birthday acknowledged, something shifted. I stopped trying to figure out what I'd done wrong. I started wondering what was wrong with them. 3 weeks after my forgotten birthday, I got a text from Vanessa. Just 2 words: "Call me." I stared at my phone for a full minute before responding. "Kinda busy." "What's up?" The reply came fast. "Need to talk. Important. Call me now." I almost laughed. The desperation was practically vibrating through the screen. But curiosity got the better of me. I called. "Oh, thank goodness," Vanessa breathed when she picked up. "I've been trying to reach you all morning." "I was in meetings." "What's going on?" "It's about the wedding." Her voice had that practiced sweetness again, the kind she used when she wanted something. "Preston and I have been going over the budget with the planner, and there's a bit of a situation." "A situation?" Of course there was. "What kind of situation?" "Well." She paused, and I could practically hear her calculating how to frame this. "You know how we wanted the reception at the Harbor Club? And the ceremony at St. Benedict's? And the custom Vera Wang dress? Plus the honeymoon in Bora Bora?" "Vanessa? What kind of situation?" "We're short," she said quickly. "Like, significantly short. Preston's parents have been incredibly generous, and Mom and Dad have contributed what they can, but the wedding industry is just so expensive right now, and..." "How much are you short?" Silence. Then, 50,000. I actually pulled the phone away from my ear to stare at it. $50,000? I know it sounds like a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot. It is a lot. But you have it. Her voice changed, became harder. More entitled. You've been hoarding money for years. You never go anywhere or do anything fun. You just work and save, work and save. And this is my wedding, Melissa. My one special day. Surely you can understand." "No," I said. "What?" "No. I can't help you." The pause that followed was loaded with disbelief. "You're joking." "I'm not." "Melissa." Her tone shifted to wounded. "I'm your sister. Your only sister. And this is the most important day of my life. How can you be so cruel?" I almost laughed. "Almost. Cruel. Right. Mom's going to be devastated when I tell her you refuse to help. Dad too. They've been so worried about the budget, and I told them you'd come through because that's what family does. Ask your birthday fairies, I said. What? Your birthday fairies. You know, the ones who remembered I exist? Maybe they can help. And I hung up. My hands were shaking again, but this time it felt different. Not like fear or hurt. Like adrenaline. Like power. The phone rang immediately. Vanessa? I declined the call. It rang again. Declined. A text appeared, don't you dare ignore me. I turned off my phone. That evening, I poured myself a glass of the cheap wine I kept in my fridge, not the expensive stuff I'd wasted on my birthday visit, and I sat on my couch and I felt nothing. No guilt. No anxiety. No crushing need to fix things or apologize or explain myself. Just peace. It lasted about 4 hours. That's when someone started pounding on my apartment door. I checked the peephole. Mom stood in the hallway, her face twisted with anger. She was still in her tennis outfit, which meant she'd come straight from the club. Behind her, I could see Vanessa pacing, her phone pressed to her ear. Melissa, Mom shouted. Open this door right now. I considered pretending I wasn't home. But that felt cowardly, and I was done being a coward. I opened the door but didn't invite them in. This is a surprise. Don't. Mom pushed past me into the apartment, Vanessa trailing behind her. Don't you dare act innocent. Vanessa told me what you said. How you refused to help with the wedding. I didn't refuse to help with the wedding. I refused to give her $50,000. It's the same thing. Vanessa exploded. We need that money, Melissa. The deposits are due, the contracts are signed, then you shouldn't have signed contracts you couldn't afford. Mom's eyes went wide. Listen to yourself. Listen to how selfish you sound. This is your sister's wedding. Her special day. And you're willing to ruin it over money? I'm not ruining anything. I'm just not funding it. You have the money, Vanessa said, her voice shaking now. Whether from anger or genuine distress, I couldn't tell. We know you do. You make 6 figures and you live in this, she gestured around my apartment with barely concealed disgust, this shoebox. You never travel, you never buy anything nice. You're like a dragon hoarding gold. It's my goal to hoard. We're your family. Mom's voice cracked. Family helps each other. Family sacrifices for each other. I don't understand how we raised such a cold, selfish daughter. There it was again. Selfish. The word they've been using like a weapon since my birthday. You want to know what's selfish? I heard myself say. My voice was calm. Too calm. Let me tell you what's selfish. Selfish is forgetting your daughter's birthday and then calling her self-centered when she dares to mention it. Selfish is expecting someone to fund your extravagant wedding while insulting the career that makes that funding possible. Selfish is showing up at someone's home and demanding their money while offering nothing in return. We offer plenty in return, Mom snapped. We're your family. That should be enough. But it's not, is it? I looked between them. I'm not enough. I've never been enough. Not smart enough, not successful enough, not important enough. I'm just the backup daughter. The one you call when you need something but forget exists the rest of the time. That's not true. When's my birthday, Mom? She blinked. What? When is my birthday? I watched her face go blank. Watched her eyes dart to Vanessa, who suddenly found the floor fascinating. It's in the fall, Mom said finally, defensively. September or October, April 23rd. It was 3 weeks ago. And every single one of you forgot. We've been busy. Vanessa's birthday is January 15th. Dad's is June 3rd. Yours is November 29th. I know because I've sent flowers or gifts or called every single year since I moved out. Because that's what family does, right? They remember. The silence was deafening. So here's what's going to happen, I continued, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. You're going to leave my apartment. You're going to plan Vanessa's wedding with a budget you actually have. And you're going to stop treating me like an ATM with a pulse. You're making a huge mistake, Vanessa said, her eyes glittering with tears. Real ones this time, I thought. When you're old and alone, don't come crying to us. I won't need to. I already am alone. I've just been too stupid to realize it. Mom drew herself up, trying to regain her dignity. Your father will hear about this. I'm sure he will. Tell him I said hello. Or don't. I doubt it matters either way. I walked to the door and opened it. An invitation to leave that couldn't be clearer. Mom swept out first, her lips pressed into a thin line. Vanessa paused in the doorway, her face a mask of betrayal and rage. "You'll regret this," she hissed. "Maybe," I said. "But probably not." After they left, I locked the door and leaned against it, my heart hammering. I waited for the guilt to come. The doubt. The terrible fear that I'd just destroyed my family over money and pride. It didn't come. What came instead was a text message from a number I didn't recognize. "This is Preston. Vanessa gave me your number. I think we should talk." I almost deleted it. But curiosity, that fatal flaw of mine, made me respond. "About what?" "About what's really going on with this wedding. Can we meet for coffee tomorrow? Just the two of us. I promise it's not what you think." I should have said no. Should have blocked the number and moved on with my life. But something in the message felt different. Genuine, maybe. Or desperate in a way that wasn't entitled. "Fine," I typed back. "Tomorrow at noon. The grind on 5th Avenue. And this better not be an ambush." "It won't be. Thank you." I spent the rest of the evening half expecting my phone to explode with messages from Dad, from cousins, from every family member Vanessa and Mom could rally to their cause. But my phone stayed quiet. Either they hadn't started their campaign yet, or the family was less invested in Vanessa's wedding than I'd thought. The next day, I arrived at the grind 15 minutes early and grabbed a corner table where I could see the door. Paranoid, maybe. But I'd learned my lesson about trusting my family. Preston walked in exactly at noon. He was easy to spot, tall, lanky, with the kind of casual confidence that came from never having to worry about money. His family's real estate empire was legendary in Connecticut. Old money married to older money, with connections that went back generations. Which made this whole situation even stranger. Why would someone like Preston need $50,000? He spotted me and waved, then ordered a coffee before joining me at the table. Up close, he looked tired. There were shadows under his eyes, and his usually pristine appearance seemed slightly rumpled. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, sitting down across from me. "I wasn't sure you would. I wasn't sure I should. So let's cut to it. What's this really about?" He took a long sip of his coffee, like he was fortifying himself. "How much do you know about my family?" "The Whitmores?" "Everyone knows about the Whitmores. You own half of Connecticut." "My father does. My grandfather did before him." "Me?" He laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "I'm just the heir apparent. The next name on the letterhead." "Okay. What does that have to do with Vanessa's wedding budget?" "Everything." He set down his coffee cup and leaned forward. "The truth is, there is no budget shortfall." "Not really." I felt my eyebrows rise. "Excuse me? The wedding is fully funded. My parents are paying for it. Your parents contributed what they wanted to contribute. There's no $50,000 gap." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "Then why?" "Because Vanessa wants more." His voice was quiet but firm. "She always wants more. The original budget was $200,000. Then it became $300. Then $4. Every time we meet with the planner, she finds something else she absolutely must have. The ice sculpture. The live band instead of the DJ. The designer linens. He stopped, running a hand through his hair. "I've said yes to all of it. Every single thing. Because I love her, and I want her to be happy, and everyone keeps telling me that women dream about their wedding day their whole lives." "But," I prompted. "But last week, she told me she wanted to upgrade the honeymoon. The one in Bora Bora? It's already booked at a 5-star resort, all-inclusive, $15,000. She wants to switch to an overwater bungalow at a private island resort. Another $25,000. And she wants to extend the trip from 7 days to 14. Another $30,000. That's $55,000. She rounded down when she asked you." I sat back in my chair, processing this. So she lied. About all of it. I don't think she sees it as lying. I think she genuinely believes she needs these things. And I think she genuinely believed you'd give her the money, no questions asked. "Why are you telling me this?" Preston met my eyes. For the first time, I saw something real there. Something honest. Because when I told her I couldn't justify spending that much extra on the honeymoon, she said she'd get the money from you. She was so confident about it. So certain. And when I asked why she thought you'd just hand over $50,000, she said. He paused, looking uncomfortable. "She said what?" She said it was the least you could do after being such a disappointment to the family for so long. The words landed like stones in still water, rippling outward. I see, I said softly. I started asking questions after that. About your family dynamic. About you. He shifted in his seat. Vanessa doesn't talk about you much. When she does, it's always in this weird way. Like you're some kind of obligatory relative she has to tolerate. Your parents are the same way. And I realized, he stopped, choosing his words carefully. I realized I'm marrying into a family that treats one of their own like she doesn't matter. And that scares me. Why should it scare you? Because if they can do it to you, they can do it to me. If I ever stop being useful, stop providing what they want, I'll become invisible too. We sat in silence for a moment. The coffee shop hummed with activity around us, students on laptops, business people in hushed meetings, the hiss and gurgle of the espresso machine. What do you want from me? I asked finally. Why did you really ask me here? I want to know the truth. About what happened. About your birthday, about the things Vanessa said. Because I'm getting one version from her, and I suspect there's another side to this story. So I told him. Everything. The forgotten birthday. The casual cruelty in the kitchen. The years of being second best, second thought, second string. The way they'd made me feel selfish for wanting the bare minimum of acknowledgement. Preston listened without interrupting. When I finished, he sat quietly for a long moment. I'm sorry, he said finally. I'm sorry you've been treated that way. And I'm sorry Vanessa tried to manipulate you into funding her fantasy. Are you still going to marry her? I don't know. The admission seemed to surprise him as much as it surprised me. I love her. But I'm starting to wonder if I love who she actually is, or who I thought she was. That's a question only you can answer. Yeah. He stood up, leaving his half-finished coffee on the table. For what it's worth, I think you made the right call. Saying no. Setting boundaries. It takes courage to walk away from family. It doesn't feel like courage. It feels like self-preservation. Maybe that's the same thing. After Preston left, I sat in the coffee shop for another hour, watching the world move past the windows. I thought about Vanessa, about how she'd grown up with every advantage but somehow still felt entitled to mine. I thought about Mom and Dad, about how they'd created this dynamic where one daughter was precious and the other was disposable. Mostly, I thought about myself. About the girl I'd been, always trying, always hoping, always believing that if I just worked hard enough, achieved enough, proved myself enough, I'd finally earn their love. That girl was gone now. In her place was someone harder. Someone who understood that love shouldn't have to be earned, shouldn't come with conditions and caveats. Someone who was learning to walk away. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. The first direct communication I'd had from him in months. Your mother told me about your conversation. I'm very disappointed in you. This is not how we raised you to behave. Family comes first. Always. Call me when you're ready to apologize. I read it 3 times. Waiting for the guilt. The shame. The desperate need to fix things. It didn't come. Instead, I opened a new message and typed, I was raised to believe family comes first. But you forgot to teach me that I'm part of the family too. I won't be apologizing. But I hope you all have a lovely wedding. I'm sure it'll be beautiful. I hit send before I could second guess myself. The response came immediately, don't bother coming to the wedding. You're not welcome. I stared at the message for a long moment. Then I typed back, okay. And just like that, it was done. The next few weeks were strange. Quiet in a way that felt both liberating and unsettling. No calls from Mom. No demanding texts from Vanessa. No passive-aggressive messages from Dad about family obligations and disappointing your parents. I'd been uninvited from the wedding, cut off from the family, and the world just kept turning. I went to work. I grabbed drinks with coworkers. I started saying yes to invitations I'd normally decline because I was too busy trying to be available for family obligations. I discovered I actually had friends, real ones, who liked me for who I was and not what I could provide. My colleague Jennifer invited me to her book club. My neighbor Marcus started including me in his Friday game nights. I joined a cycling group that met on weekends. Slowly, without even realizing it, I built a life that didn't revolve around winning my family's approval. It felt like learning to breathe after being underwater for years. 2 months after the coffee shop meeting with Preston, I got an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, "Thank you." It was from Preston. "Melissa, I wanted you to know that I called off the wedding. After our conversation, I couldn't ignore the red flags anymore. Vanessa and I had a long talk about expectations, about family, about what kind of marriage we'd actually have. It didn't go well. She couldn't understand why I wouldn't just make it work and give her what she wanted. When I suggested we scale back and focus on building a real partnership instead of throwing a massive party, she said I was ruining her life. That's when I knew. You were right about self-preservation. Sometimes walking away is the only healthy choice. I hope you're doing well. Preston. I sat with that email for a long time. Part of me felt vindicated. Another part felt sad, not for Vanessa, but for the relationship that could have been if she'd been willing to see beyond her own desires. I started to write a response, then deleted it. What was there to say? I hoped Preston found happiness. I hoped he learned from this. But it wasn't my story to be part of anymore. That afternoon, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Melissa? The voice was familiar but unexpected. Aunt Caroline, my mother's sister. Aunt Caroline. Hi. I heard what happened. About the wedding, about the fight with your sister. Your mother's been. Well, she's been telling everyone her version of events. Of course she had. And you're calling to tell me what a disappointment I am? No, she sighed. I'm calling to apologize. That stopped me. Apologize for what? For not seeing it sooner. For not saying something. I've watched your mother favor Vanessa for years, and I told myself it was none of my business. That every family has its dynamics. But after I heard what happened on your birthday. She trailed off. That was cruel, Melissa. Cruel and unacceptable. And you didn't deserve it. My throat tightened. Thank you for saying that. I should have said it years ago. I should have done something. But I was a coward, and I'm sorry. She paused. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. Setting boundaries. Walking away. It takes strength to recognize when a relationship is hurting you and to say enough. It doesn't feel strong. It feels like failure. No, honey. What failed was their ability to love you the way you deserved. That's on them, not you. After we hung up, I cried. Not sad tears, exactly. More like release. Like something had been building inside me for years and finally had permission to escape. Aunt Caroline's call opened a floodgate. Over the next week, I heard from cousins I hadn't spoken to in years. My dad's brother called to say he'd always thought his brother was too hard on me. A family friend reached out to say she'd noticed the favoritism and wished she'd spoken up. Apparently, everyone had seen what I'd been living through. They just hadn't said anything. It was validating and infuriating in equal measure. 3 months after my forgotten birthday, on a random Tuesday evening, my doorbell rang. I checked the peephole and saw Vanessa standing there, alone. She looked different, smaller somehow, less polished. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail. No makeup. Sweatpants and a hoodie. I debated not answering. But curiosity won again. I opened the door but didn't invite her in. Vanessa? Can I come in? Please. I just want to talk. Every instinct screamed at me to say no. To close the door and protect the peace I'd worked so hard to build. But there was something in her voice, something broken, that made me hesitate. 5 minutes, I said, stepping aside. She walked in and stood awkwardly in my living room, looking around like she was seeing it for the first time. Your apartment is nice. I didn't realize how nice it was before. You called it a shoebox. She flinched. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I crossed my arms and waited. I wasn't going to make this easy for her. Preston broke up with me, she said finally. Called off the wedding. Did you know? I heard. Did you know it was because of you? It wasn't because of me. It was because of you. She looked up sharply. He said he couldn't marry someone who treats their family the way I treat you. He said I was selfish and entitled and manipulative. Her voice cracked. He said I was exactly like Mom. I said nothing. I've been thinking about that, she continued. About being like Mom. And I realized. He's right. I am like her. I've spent my whole life being the favorite, getting everything I want, and I never once stopped to think about what that meant for you. Vanessa, no, let me finish. Please. She took a shaky breath. When we were kids, Mom used to tell me I was special. That I was going to do great things. And she told you to be practical. To work hard because you'd have to earn everything you got. I thought that just meant you weren't as naturally talented as me. I never realized she was. She was setting us up to compete. Making me the golden child and you the scapegoat. The word is scapegoat. Right. Scapegoat. She sat down on my couch without asking, like her legs couldn't hold her anymore. I took it all for granted. Your patience, your help, your presence. I thought you were just supposed to be there, supporting me, because that's what little sisters do. I never thought about what you needed. What you wanted. No, I agreed. You didn't. I don't know how to fix this. She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. I don't know if I can fix this. But I want to try. I want to be better. I want to be the sister you deserved all along. I studied her face, looking for signs of manipulation. For the performance I'd seen so many times before. But all I saw was genuine remorse. Raw vulnerability. Why now? I asked. Why come here now, after everything? Because I lost everything else. My fiancé, my perfect wedding, my sense of who I thought I was. And in losing all of that, I realized the only thing that actually mattered was the one relationship I'd completely destroyed. She wiped at her eyes. You're my sister. My only sister. And I've been terrible to you. I can't take back what I did, but I want you to know I see it now. I see how wrong I was. I wanted to believe her. Some part of me, the part that still remembered being kids together, building blanket forts and sharing secrets, desperately wanted to believe her. But I'd learned the hard way that wanting something doesn't make it true. I appreciate you coming here, I said slowly. And I appreciate the apology. But I don't know if I can trust you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I know. I understand. She stood up, wiping her hands on her sweatpants. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for anything, really. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry. And that I'm going to work on being better. With or without you in my life? She walked to the door, then paused. Happy belated birthday, by the way. April 23rd. I put it in my calendar with 3 reminders so I'll never forget again. After she left, I stood in my empty apartment and felt the weight of everything that had happened. The cruelty. The awakening. The boundaries I'd set and the bridges I'd burned. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt tired. And sad. And strangely hopeful. Because here's what I'd learned in those months of silence and solitude: family isn't just about blood. It's about respect, and care, and showing up for each other, not just when it's convenient or beneficial, but because you genuinely value each other's presence in your life. My biological family had failed that test. Spectacularly. But maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for something different. Something healthier. Not the relationship we'd had before, that was broken beyond repair, but something new, built on honesty instead of obligation. Or maybe not. Maybe Vanessa's apology was just another performance, and in 6 months she'd be back to her old ways, expecting me to fall in line. I didn't know. I couldn't know. What I did know was that I didn't need them anymore. Not for validation. Not for approval. Not for a sense of belonging. I'd found that on my own. The real test came 2 weeks later when Mom called. Not texted, called. At 7 in the morning on a Saturday, which meant something was wrong. Mom never called before 10 on weekends. Melissa. Her voice was tight. Controlled. We need to talk about your sister. I put the phone on speaker and continued making my coffee. What about her? She's been depressed since the breakup. Barely leaves her room. Your father and I are worried sick. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be sorry. Do something. She needs her sister right now. She needs family support. I took a slow sip of coffee, letting the silence stretch. She came to see me. Did she tell you that? She mentioned it. She said you were cold. Unforgiving. Of course that's what she'd said. That's not how I remember it. Melissa, I don't have time for your grudges. Your sister is suffering. She apologized to you, didn't she? What more do you want? I want time, Mom. Time to figure out if her apology was real or if it was just another way to manipulate me into doing what you all want. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Mom's voice rose. This selfishness. This paranoia. We're your family. We love you. Why can't you just accept that and move on? Because love isn't supposed to hurt this much. The words came out before I could stop them. Raw. True. Oh, for heaven's sake, when's my birthday, Mom? She went quiet. I could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. You asked me that before, and you didn't know the answer. You still don't, do you? I've apologized for that. Multiple times. To Vanessa, to your father. It was an oversight. We've been under tremendous stress with the wedding planning. What's Vanessa's birthday? January 15th. But that's not the same, it's exactly the same. You remember hers. You've never forgotten hers. Not once in 25 years. But mine? The daughter who's been there for every crisis, every favor, every last-minute emergency? You can't even remember the month. You're being unfair. No. I'm being honest. And you can't stand it? I heard her breath catch. For a moment, I thought she might actually hear me. Really hear me. Your father and I gave you everything, she said instead, her voice cold now. We paid for your education. We supported you financially through college. We've been nothing but generous. You did the bare minimum that parents are supposed to do. And you've held it over my head ever since. I set down my coffee cup. I'm not coming to help Vanessa. I'm not playing therapist or cheerleader or emotional support animal. She's an adult. She made her choices. Now she has to live with the consequences. If you don't help your sister, don't bother coming to Thanksgiving. Or Christmas. Or any family gathering. You'll be choosing to separate yourself from this family. No, Mom. You're choosing to separate me from this family. You've been doing it for years. I'm just finally accepting it. I hung up before she could respond. My hands were shaking, again, but this time I didn't feel weak. I felt powerful. Like I'd finally stopped apologizing for taking up space. The phone rang again immediately. I declined the call. Then I did something I should have done months ago. I muted the family group chat, archived all their text threads, and set their numbers to go straight to voicemail. Not blocked. I wasn't ready for that level of finality. But silenced. Controlled. On my terms. That afternoon, I met Jennifer and 2 other women from book club for brunch. We talked about everything except my family, work drama, terrible dating app stories, the new restaurant that had opened downtown. Normal things. Easy things. You seem lighter, Jennifer said as we were leaving. I don't know how else to describe it. Just lighter. I feel lighter, I admitted. Like I've been carrying something heavy for so long I forgot what it felt like to put it down. Good for you. She squeezed my arm. Whatever you did, keep doing it. I thought about that conversation for days afterward. About what it meant to feel light. To move through the world without the constant weight of family obligation pressing down on every decision. It felt like freedom. But freedom came with a price. 3 months of silence from my parents. No calls. No texts. Nothing. Vanessa reached out once, a simple message that said, "I'm seeing a therapist. Thought you should know." I appreciated that. The boundary of it. The acknowledgement that she was doing her own work without expecting me to fix her. I replied, "That's good. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself." She didn't respond, and that was okay too. The holiday season approached with its usual mix of dread and obligation. Except this year, I had no obligations. No forced dinners. No tense gift exchanges. No walking on eggshells while Vanessa monopolized every conversation. Marcus invited me to his family's Thanksgiving. "Fair warning," he said, "my mom will absolutely interrogate you about your job, your love life, and your plans for the future. She's relentless. But the food is incredible and everyone's pretty chill." I almost said no. The thought of someone else's family gathering felt overwhelming. But then I thought about what the alternative was, sitting alone in my apartment, eating takeout, pretending I didn't care. "Okay," I said. "I'll come." Marcus's family was chaos. Beautiful, messy chaos. 3 siblings, countless cousins, a grandmother who kept forgetting who was who but hugged everyone anyway. They argued about politics and sports and who made the best stuffing. They laughed too loud. They told embarrassing stories. They interrupted each other constantly. And they made space for me. Not because I was useful or accomplished or well-behaved, but just because I was there. During dinner, Marcus's mom asked about my family. The whole table went quiet. "We're not really in contact right now," I said carefully. "It's complicated." I expected judgment. Pity. The usual discomfort people show when you admit your family isn't picture perfect. Instead, Marcus's sister Lauren raised her wine glass. To complicated families and the courage to set boundaries. May we all be so brave. Everyone clinked glasses. Just like that, the conversation moved on. I excused myself to the bathroom and cried for 5 minutes. Not sad tears. Grateful ones. This was what family was supposed to feel like. The week before Christmas, I got a letter in the mail. Not an email, an actual letter, in a cream-colored envelope with my name handwritten on the front. It was from Dad. I stared at it for 10 minutes before opening it. My heart hammered. My palms sweated. Some part of me, despite everything, still hoped. Still wanted him to say the right thing, to be the father I'd always needed. The letter was typed. Formal. It read, "Melissa, your mother and I have been discussing the situation with you and your sister. We feel that we've been more than patient with your behavior, but enough is enough. Family requires sacrifice. It requires putting aside personal grievances for the greater good. You have shown yourself to be unwilling or unable to do this. Vanessa is still struggling with the aftermath of her broken engagement. She needs support from her family. Your refusal to help her financially or emotionally demonstrates a fundamental lack of character that we cannot overlook. Therefore, we've decided it's best if we take some space from you. Consider this a formal notice that you are not invited to any family events until you are ready to apologize and make amends for the pain you've caused. We hope that with time, you'll come to understand the error of your ways. Regards, Dad." I read it 3 times. Looking for warmth. For love. For any acknowledgement that I was their daughter and not just a problem to be managed. There was nothing. Just disappointment wrapped in blame, wrapped in rejection. I should have been devastated. Should have crumbled. Should have called immediately, begging for forgiveness, promising to be better. Instead, I laughed. A short, sharp sound that surprised me. Because here's what I finally understood: they'd been waiting for me to break. To come crawling back, desperate for their approval. To prove that I needed them more than they needed me. But I didn't break. I didn't crawl. I built a life without them. A good life. A life filled with people who valued me, who remembered my birthday, who made space for me at their tables. And that terrified them. So they'd done the only thing they knew how to do: they'd rejected me first. Preemptively. Before I could fully walk away on my own terms. I folded the letter carefully and put it in a drawer. Not because I wanted to keep it, but because someday I might need proof. Proof that I hadn't imagined it. Proof that their love had always been conditional. Then I sat down and wrote my own letter. "Dad, thank you for the clarity. I've spent my entire life trying to figure out what I did wrong, why I was never enough, how I could earn your love. Your letter answered all those questions. I didn't do anything wrong. I was always enough. And your love isn't something that can be earned, it's something that should have been freely given. I release you from the burden of having a daughter who expects basic respect and kindness. I release myself from the burden of trying to be someone you could be proud of. I wish you and Mom and Vanessa well. I hope you find the family dynamic that makes you happy. I hope Vanessa gets the help she needs. I hope Mom finds peace. But I won't be part of it anymore. Not as the scapegoat. Not as the ATM. Not as the emotional support daughter who exists only to prop up Vanessa's ego. I deserve better. And I found it. Don't contact me again unless you're ready to treat me like a person who matters. Melissa." I mailed it the next day. Christmas came and went. New Year's too. I spent both with friends, Marcus's family again, then a New Year's Eve party with co-workers where we played ridiculous games and made impossible resolutions. My phone stayed silent. No calls from Mom. No dramatic messages from Vanessa. No letters from Dad. Just silence. And slowly, beautifully, that silence stopped feeling like abandonment and started feeling like peace. In February, almost a year after my forgotten birthday, I got a message from Preston. Just a simple check-in: "How are you doing? I hope you're well." We met for coffee again. Same place, same corner table. He looked better. More settled. Like he'd figured something out. "I'm seeing someone new," he told me. "Her name is Rachel. She's a teacher. She remembered my birthday without being reminded, and when I took her to meet my parents, she spent the whole time asking them questions about their lives instead of talking about herself. She sounds lovely." She is. And I realized, that's what I want. Someone who sees other people. Who cares about them. Not someone who sees everyone else as props in her story. He paused. I should have seen it with Vanessa. All the signs were there. We see what we want to see. Until we can't anymore. Have you talked to her? To any of them? No. They sent me a letter basically disowning me until I apologized for not funding Vanessa's fantasy life. I sent one back declining the offer. He winced. I'm sorry. Don't be. Best thing that ever happened to me, honestly. And I meant it. We talked for another hour, about his new relationship, about my work, about the strange relief of walking away from toxic dynamics. When we parted ways, he hugged me. Thank you, he said, for having the courage to tell me the truth. You probably saved me from a terrible marriage. You saved yourself. You just needed someone to confirm what you already knew. After he left, I sat in a coffee shop and thought about all the versions of myself I'd been. The desperate to please daughter. The invisible sister. The walking ATM. The scapegoat. And now, the woman who said no. The woman who walked away. The woman who built her own life on her own terms. I like this version best. My phone buzzed. A text from Jennifer, game night at my place Friday. Bring wine and prepare to lose at Settlers of Catan. No excuses. I smiled and typed back, I'll be there. And just like that, I had plans. A life. A chosen family who wanted me around not because of what I could provide, but because they genuinely enjoyed my company. It had taken 27 years, a forgotten birthday, and a nuclear family explosion to get here. But I'd made it. As I walked out of the coffee shop into the February cold, I realized something. I was happy. Actually, genuinely happy. Not the performance of happiness I'd mastered for family photos. Not the conditional happiness that depended on everyone else's approval. Just happiness. Simple and real. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. For a split second, my stomach clenched, old habits, old fears. But when I opened the message, it wasn't for my family. It was from Aunt Caroline. Your birthday is coming up. April 23rd. Want to have lunch? My treat. No agenda, no drama. Just two adults having a meal together. I stood there on the sidewalk, people streaming past me, the city alive with its thousand small dramas. And I typed back, I'd like that. Thank you for remembering. Because that's all I'd ever wanted, really. To be remembered. To be seen. To matter. Not to my parents or my sister or anyone who'd decided I wasn't worth the effort. But to myself. And I finally was. The story could end there, with me walking into my new life, leaving the old one behind, free and unburdened. A clean break. A happy ending. But life isn't that neat. 2 months later, on my 28th birthday, my phone rang at 7 in the morning. I almost ignored it. I'd learned to protect my peace, but the caller ID said Greenwich Hospital. My blood went cold. Hello? Is this Melissa Foster? We have you listed as emergency contact for Janet Foster. Mom. What happened? Your mother was brought in early this morning. She had a stroke. You should come as soon as possible. The drive to Greenwich was a blur. I kept thinking I should call someone, Vanessa, Dad, someone who actually had a relationship with Mom. But my fingers wouldn't move. My mind was stuck in this strange loop of obligation and resentment and fear. She was still my mother. Despite everything. The hospital was exactly what you'd expect: fluorescent lights, antiseptic smell, people in scrubs moving with practiced urgency. I found Mom's room and stopped outside the door, my hand on the handle. Inside, I could hear voices. Dad and Vanessa talking in low, urgent tones. I almost turned around. Almost left. But then I thought, no. I'm not running anymore. I'm not hiding. Whatever happens in that room, I can handle it. I pushed open the door. They both turned. Dad's face went blank. Vanessa's eyes widened. Mom lay in the hospital bed, pale and small and connected to machines that beeped steadily. She was asleep or unconscious, I couldn't tell. What are you doing here? Dad's voice was cold. The hospital called. I'm her emergency contact. You have no right. I have every right. I'm her daughter. The word hung in the air between us. Daughter. All the weight and meaning and pain it carried. Vanessa stood up slowly. She looked different again, thinner, tired. Older. Dad, don't. Not here. Not now. He opened his mouth to argue, then seemed to think better of it. He turned back to Mom without another word. I approached the bed carefully, like Mom might wake up and reject me even now. But she just lay there, breathing shallowly, unaware of the tension filling the room. What happened? I asked quietly. She collapsed this morning, Vanessa said. Dad found her in the kitchen. They're running tests, but the doctor said it was a stroke. They don't know yet how bad it is. I nodded, processing this. Is she going to be okay? They don't know. We sat in silence, the three of us, watching machines monitor Mom's vital signs. The irony wasn't lost on me. We couldn't stand to be in the same room together, but here we were, united by crisis. Hours passed. Doctors came and went with updates that were variations of we're still assessing the situation. Dad made phone calls. Vanessa paced. I sat and watched Mom breathe and wondered what I was supposed to feel. Around noon, Vanessa sat down next to me. You came. I was called. You could have ignored it. After everything, no one would have blamed you. Maybe. But she's still my mother. Even if she doesn't act like it. Vanessa looked at me with something that might have been respect. I'm still in therapy. Every week. We talk about you a lot. That must be expensive. She almost smiled. Worth it though. I'm learning things. About myself, about Mom, about how families can be sick even when they look perfect from the outside. And I'm starting to understand why you left. Why you had to. She twisted her hands in her lap. The therapist asked me once what I would do if someone treated me the way we treated you. And I said I'd cut them off immediately. Wouldn't give them a second chance. But you want me to give you one? No. She met my eyes. I want to earn one. There's a difference. Before I could respond, Dad stood abruptly. I need coffee. Vanessa, come with me. Dad, I want to stay. Now. It wasn't a request. Vanessa shot me an apologetic look and followed him out. I was alone with Mom for the first time in almost a year. I pulled my chair closer to the bed. Up close, I could see how she'd aged, lines around her eyes, gray in her hair that she'd always dyed before. She looked vulnerable. Human. I don't know if you can hear me, I said softly. I don't know if you'd want to hear me even if you could. But I'm going to talk anyway. The machines beeped. Mom breathed. I forgive you. Not because you asked for it. Not because you deserve it. But because I'm tired of carrying the anger around. It's heavy, and I'm done being weighed down by what you couldn't give me. My voice cracked. I hadn't expected it to. But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean pretending things were okay when they weren't. You hurt me. For years. And you never once acknowledged it. Even now, even with you lying here, I don't know if you'd admit that you played favorites. That you made me feel worthless. That you forgot my birthday and called me selfish for wanting to be remembered. I wiped my eyes. When had I started crying? I hope you wake up. I hope you're okay. But I also hope that if you do wake up, you think about the daughter you lost because you couldn't love her the way she needed. Because I'm not coming back. Not to the old dynamic. Not to being invisible. Not to any of it. I'm living my own life now. A good life. And you're not in it. That's your choice and my consequence. I've made peace with it. I hope someday you can too. I stood up, squeezed her hand once, and walked out of the room. Dad and Vanessa were in the hallway, coffee cups in hand. They'd clearly been arguing, their faces were flushed, their voices clipped. I'm leaving, I said. You just got here, Vanessa started. And I've done what I came to do. Tell the doctors they can call me with updates. But I'm not staying. Unbelievable, Dad muttered. Your mother is fighting for her life and you're walking away. Again. No. I'm walking away from you. There's a difference. I made it to the elevator before Vanessa caught up with me. Wait. Please. I turned. She looked desperate. Lost. I know I have no right to ask, she said quickly. But can you stay? Just for a little while? I can't, her voice broke. I can't do this alone. Dad's barely speaking to me. He blames me for the wedding falling apart, for Mom's stress, for everything. And Mom. She gestured helplessly toward the hospital room. I'm scared. This was the moment. The test. The opportunity to show that I was above it all, better than them, evolved beyond their dysfunction. Or to show that I was human. That I could offer grace without sacrificing my boundaries. 1 hour, I said. I'll stay for 1 hour. But then I'm going home. And if Dad says one more word about me being selfish or wrong or anything else, I'm leaving immediately. Understood? She nodded, relief flooding her face. Thank you. We went back to the room together. Dad looked up when we entered, surprise flickering across his face before settling back into disapproval. But he didn't say anything. We sat in silence, the three of us, while Mom's machines beeped and the world outside the hospital room kept spinning. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't healing. It was just existence, shared space, the bare minimum of family. When my hour was up, I stood. I'm going now. Call me if anything changes. Vanessa hugged me, sudden and fierce. Happy birthday, she whispered. I remembered. I know, I whispered back. Thank you. Dad didn't say goodbye. Didn't acknowledge my leaving at all. Some things never change. But some things do. As I drove home, my phone rang. Jennifer. Where are you? We have a whole birthday brunch planned at Marcus's place. Everyone's here. I'm on my way, I said. Something came up, but I'm coming now. Good. Because we have mimosas and presents and a cake that Marcus's mom made that looks absolutely ridiculous in the best way possible. I smiled, even though my chest still felt tight from the hospital. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Drive safe, birthday girl. I hung up and accelerated onto the highway, leaving Greenwich and the hospital and my old family in the rearview mirror. Ahead of me, brunch with friends who'd remembered my birthday without being reminded. People who wanted me there. People who celebrated me not despite who I was, but because of it. That's what I chose. That's what I'd keep choosing. And if Mom woke up and wanted a relationship? If Vanessa kept working on herself and proved the change was real? If Dad ever, somehow, miraculously, acknowledged his role in pushing me away? Maybe then we could try again. Different. Healthier. Real. But I wasn't holding my breath. I'd learned the hard way that you can't force people to see your worth. You can only decide whether to keep performing for an audience that will never applaud. I was done performing. I was done waiting for birthday fairies who would never come. I was just done. And in being done, I'd finally found what I'd been searching for all along, a place where I belonged. Where I mattered. Where I was enough, just as I was. It just turned out that place wasn't where I'd started. It was where I built it myself, brick by brick, boundary by boundary, birthday by birthday. And that was more than enough. That was everything.
Story 2.
During dinner with my husband's family, he interrupted my work story to announce, she's not smart enough for that job anyway, they only hired her because she's pretty. When everyone laughed and I felt tears forming, he patted my arm and said, you're overreacting, it's just a joke. I took a deep breath, smiled, and replied, you're right, I do react to being disrespected, then calmly gathered my purse and left. That was last night. This morning, he texted from outside our apartment building asking why his key wasn't working. I changed the locks at 2 in the morning. Let me back up, because I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I'm one of those wives who can't take a joke, who turned a harmless comment into a nuclear event. You're thinking I'm dramatic. Trust me, I've heard it all before, from everyone in my life who thinks smoothing things over is more important than having a spine. But here's what you need to understand, last night wasn't the first time. Last night was just the first time I had witnesses who weren't on his side. My name is Rachel, I'm 32, and until yesterday evening I was married to a man named Derek who has spent the last 4 years carefully, methodically making me smaller. Not all at once. Never all at once. That's not how it works. It's a joke here, a dismissive comment there, a casual undermining in front of people who matter, all wrapped up in a smile that says I'm kidding, can't you take a joke? The dinner was supposed to be celebratory. His parents had just returned from a month in Portugal, and his sister Amanda was visiting from Seattle with her new boyfriend. Derek's mother, Patricia, had made her famous braised short ribs, the one she only makes for special occasions. The dining room smelled like red wine and rosemary, and the table was set with a good china, the stuff with a gold rim that you can't put in the dishwash. I'd been looking forward to it. That's the thing that makes me angriest now, looking back. I'd actually been excited. I'd just gotten promoted 3 weeks earlier. Senior data analyst at a major consulting firm. It had taken me 5 years of 60-hour weeks, of proving myself in every meeting, of double-checking my work until my eyes burned because I knew one mistake would confirm every bias about the young woman who looked like she should be modeling instead of building predictive algorithms. I'm not being vain when I say that. It's just a fact that's followed me since I was 16. I have the kind of face that makes people assume things. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the bone structure that gets called striking in a way that feels more like an accusation than a compliment. I've learned to dress carefully for work, to pull my hair back, to wear glasses I don't actually need because they make people listen to what I'm saying instead of just looking at me. But that night, I'd let myself relax. I wore a dress I actually liked, a deep green thing that made me feel pretty and confident. I'd even worn my hair down. Mistake. Dinner started fine. Patricia asked about the promotion, and I began telling the story of how I'd landed it. How our team had been hired to analyze consumer behavior for a retail chain that was hemorrhaging money, and how I'd noticed something in their data that everyone else had missed. A pattern in their inventory turnover that suggested their entire distribution model was backwards. So I built a model to test it. I was saying, genuinely animated now, my hands moving as I talked. And it turned out that if they reversed their distribution hubs, putting the high-demand items in what they thought were the low-traffic warehouses, they could cut their shipping costs by almost 30% while improving delivery times. The client was thrilled. They implemented it last quarter and their margins. She's not smart enough for that job anyway, Derek interrupted, his voice loud and jovial, the way you'd announce a punchline. They only hired her because she's pretty. The table went quiet for exactly one heartbeat. Then his father chuckled. Then Amanda giggled. Then Patricia, always eager to keep things light, let out this bright, tinkling laugh and said, "Oh Derek, you're terrible." And Derek grinned, pleased with himself, like he'd just delivered the zinger of the century. I felt it happen in stages. First, my chest tightened, like someone had reached in and squeezed. Then my face went hot. Then my eyes started to sting with those horrible, humiliating tears that come when you're furious and hurt at the same time, the kind that make you feel weak even as they're forming. I looked at Derek. He was taking a bite of his short ribs, utterly relaxed. I looked at Amanda, who was smiling at her boyfriend, moving right past the moment. I looked at Patricia, who was refilling wine glasses like nothing had happened. Rachel. Derek's hand landed on my forearm, patronizing and warm. His voice dropped into that gentle, reasonable tone I'd come to hate. You're overreacting. It's just a joke. That's when something inside me shifted. It wasn't dramatic. There was no explosion. It was more like a lock clicking open, some door I'd been holding shut for years finally swinging wide. I felt it in my body first, this strange, cold clarity spreading through my chest. I took a breath. Smiled. The tears evaporated like they'd never been there. You're right, I said pleasantly. I do react to being disrespected. I pushed back my chair. The legs scraped against the hardwood floor, loud in the sudden silence. Everyone was looking at me now, but not the way they'd been looking at me when I was talking about my work. This was different. This was the look you give someone who's about to make a scene. I picked up my purse from where I'd hung it on the chair. Checked that my phone was inside. My keys. My wallet. Rachel, come on. Derek's voice had an edge now, embarrassed. Don't be like this. Like what? I asked. My voice was so calm it surprised even me. You know what I mean. Sensitive. It was a joke. Everyone's joking. Was everyone joking? I looked around the table. Amanda wouldn't meet my eyes. Derek's father had suddenly become very interested in his dinner. Patricia was frozen with a wine bottle hovering over a glass. Nobody said anything. That's what I thought. I slung my purse over my shoulder. Thank you for dinner, Patricia. It was lovely. Rachel, please, Patricia started, her voice strained with the effort of keeping up appearances. Derek didn't mean. Yes, he did. I turned to Derek. His face was red now, a mix of anger and embarrassment. I'll see you at home. I walked out. Here's what I need you to understand about leaving that table. It felt like dying and being born at the same time. Every step toward the door, I expected someone to come after me. To apologize. To acknowledge that what had just happened was cruel and deliberate. Nobody did. I got in my car, a Honda Civic that I'd bought myself, and Derek always made comments about upgrading, and I sat there in the dark of his parents' driveway. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Not from fear. From rage that was so pure and clean it felt like electricity in my veins. I drove home on autopilot. We lived in a third-floor apartment in a converted warehouse, one of those trendy renovations with exposed brick and floor-to-ceiling windows. I'd found it. I'd negotiated the lease. My name was on it first, and Derek's had been added later when he moved in 6 months after we started dating. That detail would turn out to matter. When I got inside, I stood in the middle of our living room and looked around like I was seeing it for the first time. The furniture we'd bought together. The wedding photos on the shelf. The life we'd built that suddenly felt like a set piece, something constructed and artificial. My phone buzzed. Derek. You embarrassed me in front of my family. Not an apology. Not concern. Embarrassment. I didn't respond. Another text came 30 seconds later. You need to learn to take a joke. This is why people think you're difficult. My hands weren't shaking anymore. I opened my laptop and started making lists. I'm good at lists. I'm good at analyzing problems and finding solutions. I'm good at seeing patterns that other people miss. And here's the pattern I'd been missing for 4 years. Derek had been systematically training me to accept less and less. To make myself smaller and smaller. To apologize for taking up space. The joke about my intelligence wasn't new. It was just the loudest version of something he'd been saying in whisper for years. Little comments about how I took things too seriously. How I was too sensitive. How I should smile more, relax more, not be so intense about work. How lucky I was that he found my career ambitions cute instead of threatening. Cute. I thought about the time I'd been invited to present at a conference and he'd asked if I really thought I was ready for that level of visibility. I thought about how he'd stopped asking me about my day at work because my answers were too technical and boring. I thought about how he'd started introducing me at parties as my beautiful wife Rachel instead of using my actual accomplishments. I thought about how I'd learned to make myself less smart, less ambitious, less me around him because it was easier than dealing with his bruised ego. I opened my phone and started a new note. Titled it, Evidence. Because here's the thing about being married to someone who systematically diminishes you, once you start looking, you see it everywhere. And I'm very good at documenting patterns. By midnight, I had 3 pages of incidents. Dated. Specific. Times he'd undermined me in front of colleagues. Times he dismissed my opinions. Times he'd made jokes at my expense and then acted like I was the problem for not laughing. Times he'd committed to plans, without asking me, spent money without consulting me, made decisions about our life like I was a supporting character instead of an equal partner. At 1 a.m, I called a locksmith. I need my locks changed, I said. Emergency service. Tonight. That's gonna cost extra, the guy said, his voice gravelly with sleep. I don't care. He showed up at 1:45, a tired-looking man in his 50s with a toolbox and a thermos of coffee. He didn't ask questions, just got to work. I watched him remove our old deadbolt, the one Derek's key would open, and install a new one. You want me to give you 2 keys or 1? He asked when he was done. 1. He handed it to me. It was warm from being cut, the metal fresh and sharp-edged. You okay, miss? He asked, and there was something kind in his voice that almost made me cry. I will be, I said. After he left, I sat on the couch and waited. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, and the only way forward was to jump. Derek's first text came at 7:15 in the morning. I'm outside. Let me in. I didn't respond. 7:20, Rachel, this isn't funny. 7:25, why isn't my key working? 7:30, are you seriously doing this? Over a joke? I made coffee. Sat at the kitchen table. Looked at my phone and felt absolutely nothing. 7:45, you're being crazy. You know that, right? This is crazy behavior. That word. Crazy. The last refuge of people who want you to doubt your own reality. I picked up my phone and typed out a response. Deleted it. Typed another. Deleted that too. Finally, I just wrote, we need to talk. But not now. I'll let you know when I'm ready. The response was immediate, let me in right now. I turned my phone off. Here's what happened next, and I need you to understand that I didn't plan this. I'm not a vindictive person. I'm not someone who plots revenge. But I am someone who, once I've made a decision, follows through completely. I called my boss. Told him I needed to work from home for a few days, personal emergency. He said fine, no problem, take whatever time I needed. One of the benefits of being good at your job, people trust you. Then I called a lawyer. Her name was Susan Chen, and she'd been recommended by a colleague who'd gone through a divorce 2 years earlier. I tucked the name away in the back of my mind, the way you do when you're not ready to admit you might need something. Tell me what's going on, Susan said, her voice brisk but not unkind. I told her everything. The dinner. The pattern. The years of small cuts. She listened without interrupting, and when I was done, there was a pause. Do you want to save this marriage? She asked. The question hung in the air. I thought about Derek's face when he'd made that joke. The way he'd been so pleased with himself. The way nobody had defended me. No, I said, and saying it out loud felt like stepping into sunlight. No, I don't. Okay then, Susan said. Let's talk about your options. Here's what I learned: the apartment lease was in my name first. I could legally change the locks. I couldn't force Derek to leave, but I could make him want to. The fact that I'd been documenting his behavior meant I had evidence. The fact that we'd only been married 4 years and had no kids meant the divorce would be relatively straightforward. The fact that I made more money than him meant I wouldn't owe him support. That last detail made me smile for the first time since the dinner. But here's what you need to prepare for, Susan said, and her voice got serious. He's going to tell everyone you're the crazy one. He's going to flip this narrative so fast your head will spin. He's going to say you overreacted, that you're unstable, that he was just joking and you destroyed your marriage over nothing. People will believe him, because that story is easier to believe than the truth. I know, I said. You need to be ready for that. You need to know that some people won't understand. Some people will think you're being dramatic. I don't care, I said, and I meant it. Good. I could hear the smile in her voice. Then let's get started. I spent the next 3 hours on the phone with Susan, going through everything. Our assets, our debts, our shared accounts. It turned out that being meticulous and organized was useful for more than just work. I had records of everything. Who paid what? Who owned what? Who had contributed what to our life together? The picture that emerged was clear. I had built the foundation of our life, and Derek had moved in and made himself comfortable. At noon, I turned my phone back on. 47 messages from Derek. 12 missed calls. 3 voicemails. I listened to the voicemails. The first one was angry. You can't just lock me out of my own home. This is illegal. I'm calling the police. The second one was wheedling. Rach, come on. I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have said that. I was just trying to be funny. You know I think you're smart. Let me in and we'll talk about this. The third one was cold. Fine. Be like this. But you're making a huge mistake. You're throwing away our marriage because you can't take a joke. Everyone's going to know how unstable you are. There it was. The threat. The reframing. The promise that he'd control the narrative. I texted him back, you can come get your things between 6 to 8 p.m. today. After that, all communication goes through my lawyer. I attached Susan's contact information. The response was instant, you got a lawyer? Are you insane? I didn't reply. Instead, I started packing his things. Not everything, just enough to make the point. Clothes. Toiletries. His laptop. His ridiculous collection of vintage band t-shirts that he'd insisted on displaying in shadow boxes on the wall. I worked methodically, folding everything neatly, putting it all in boxes from the recycling bin. I wasn't trying to damage anything. I wasn't trying to be cruel. I was just removing him from my space. The wedding photos were harder. I stood in front of the shelf, looking at us on what was supposed to be the happiest day of our lives. I looked so young in those pictures. So hopeful. So unaware of what I was signing up for. I took the photos down and put them in a box with his name on it. At 5:30, my best friend Melissa called. I'd texted her that morning, a simple message, I left Derek. Can we talk later? What happened? She asked, and I could hear the alarm in her voice. I told her. The whole story, from the dinner to the locks to the lawyer. When I finished, there was a long silence. Melissa? I said. She paused. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like a bad friend. My stomach dropped. Say what? I've been waiting for you to do this for 2 years. I sat down heavily on the couch. What? Rachel, we all saw it. All of us. The way he talked to you. The way he dismissed you. The way you started getting quieter and quieter around him. We've been watching you disappear, and none of us knew how to tell you. Why didn't you? The question came out sharper than I intended. Would you have listened? Melissa's voice was gentle. You loved him. You defended him. Every time someone tried to point out that he was being cruel, you explained it away. You made excuses. You told us we didn't understand him like you did. She was right. I had done all of those things. I'm sorry, Melissa said. I should have tried harder. But I'm so glad you're doing this. I'm so proud of you. I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted salt. I'm scared, I admitted. I know. But you're doing the right thing. And you're not alone. You hear me? You are not alone. Derek showed up at 6 on the dot. I watched from the window as he got out of his car, and something about his body language made my heart race. He looked angry. Really angry. The kind of angry that comes when someone who's used to being in control realizes they're not anymore. I'd asked Melissa to come over. I didn't think Derek would hurt me, he'd never been physically violent, but I also didn't want to be alone with him. Not now. Not when I was taking something he thought belonged to him. The buzzer rang. "You want me to get it?" Melissa asked. She'd positioned herself near the door like a bouncer. "No," I said. "I've got it." I pressed the intercom button. "Derek." "Let me up." His voice was tight. "Your things are in the lobby. Building management helped me bring them down." A pause. "You're not serious." "I'm very serious. Everything you need is in the boxes. If I miss something, you can let me know through Susan. I'm not talking to you through a lawyer. This is our marriage." "It was our marriage," I said, and my voice was steady. "Now it's done. Rachel, please." The anger shifted into something else. Desperation, maybe. Or manipulation. With Derek, it was hard to tell. "Just let me up. Just let me talk to you. Face to face. You owe me that much." "I don't owe you anything." "That's not true. 4 years, Rachel. 4 years of our lives. That has to mean something." It did mean something. It meant I'd spent 4 years learning how to be smaller. How to apologize for being smart. How to make myself easier to deal with. "It means I learned what I won't accept anymore," I said. "Goodbye, Derek." I released the button before he could respond. He buzzed again. And again. And again. Melissa looked at me. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said, surprised to find it was true. "Yeah, I really am." Eventually, the buzzing stopped. I looked out the window and saw Derek loading boxes into his car, his movements jerky and aggressive. He looked up at our window once, and even from 3 floors up I could see the fury on his face. Then he got in his car and drove away. That should be the end of the story. Man makes cruel joke, woman leaves, life goes on. But of course, it wasn't that simple. The next 2 weeks were brutal. Not because I missed Derek, I didn't, which surprised me. I felt lighter without him, like I'd been carrying a weight I hadn't realized was there. But because he did exactly what Susan said he would, he flipped the narrative. Suddenly, I was the unstable one. The one who couldn't take a joke. The one who destroyed a marriage over a harmless comment. His family called me. His friends called me. Even some of my own friends called me, gently suggesting that maybe I'd overreacted, maybe I should reconsider, maybe marriage was about compromise and forgiveness. He said it was just a joke, my cousin told me on the phone, her voice careful. "And you did walk out in front of his whole family." That was kind of harsh. "He humiliated me in front of his whole family," I said. Why is my response harsh but his action isn't? Silence. "Think about that," I said. "Really think about it." But the worst was his mother. Patricia called me 3 times before I answered. When I finally picked up, her voice was strained with the effort of maintaining composure. "Rachel, dear," she said. "I think there's been a terrible misunderstanding." "There hasn't," I said. "Derek is devastated. He says you won't talk to him. He says you've gotten a lawyer. Surely this is something you two can work out." "Patricia, did you hear what he said to me at dinner?" A pause. Boys say silly things sometimes. They don't always think before they speak. "He's 34 years old. He's not a boy." "You're being very unforgiving," she said, and there was an edge to her voice now. "Marriage is about looking past these little moments." This wasn't a little moment. This was a pattern. "A pattern?" She sounded genuinely confused. "Derek has always adored you." "Derek has spent 4 years making me feel stupid," I said. "He's dismissed my work, undermined my accomplishments, and treated me like a decoration instead of a person. That's not adoration. That's contempt wrapped up in compliments." "You're overanalyzing," Patricia said. "You're being emotional." And there it was. The same dismissal, from a different mouth. The implication that my very reasonable response to being repeatedly disrespected was somehow evidence of instability. "I have to go," I said. "Rachel, please," I hung up. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, and I let myself feel everything. The anger. The hurt. The grief for the marriage I'd thought I had. The relief that it was over. The fear about what came next. But mostly, I felt proud. Proud that I'd walked out. Proud that I'd changed the locks. Proud that I'd called a lawyer. Proud that I wasn't backing down, even when everyone told me I was wrong. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. I hope you know what you've done. You've destroyed a good man over nothing. You should be ashamed. I blocked the number. Another text, different number. Derek is telling everyone how unstable you are. You're making yourself look crazy. Blocked. Another, you ruined his life because you can't take criticism. Blocked. I turned off my phone and went to sleep. The divorce paperwork came through faster than I expected. Derek contested nothing, which surprised me until Susan explained, he wants this over with quickly so he can control the story. If he drags it out, more details come to light. What details? I asked. The pattern of behavior you documented. The financial disparities. The fact that you've been the primary breadwinner and tenant. It doesn't make him look good. We were divorced in 6 weeks. 6 weeks to end 4 years. I expected to feel sad about that, but I didn't. I felt free. The day the papers were finalized, Melissa took me out for dinner. Not somewhere fancy, just a little Italian place near my apartment where they knew how to make a decent carbonara and didn't ask questions. How are you feeling? She asked after we'd ordered. Honestly? I feel like I can breathe again. Good. She raised her wine glass. To breathing. I clinked my glass against hers. To breathing. You know what I keep thinking about? Melissa said. That dinner. The way his whole family just laughed. Like it was normal to humiliate your wife at dinner. I think it was normal for them, I said. I think that's how they function. Everything's a joke unless you can't take it, and then you're the problem. That's exhausting. It really is. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. Then Melissa said, What are you going to do now? What do you mean? I mean, you've got this whole new life ahead of you. No, Derek. No need to make yourself smaller. What do you want? I thought about it. Really thought about it. What did I want, now that I wasn't spending all my energy managing someone else's ego? I want to be good at my job, I said slowly. Like, really good. I want to present at conferences and not worry about whether I sound too smart. I want to write papers. I want to build models that matter. So do it, Melissa said, like it was the simplest thing in the world. I want to travel, I continued, the idea's flowing now. I want to go to Japan. I've always wanted to go to Japan, but Derek thought it was too expensive. Book the tickets. I want to take up space, I said, and my voice cracked a little. I want to stop apologizing for being smart or successful or ambitious. I want to stop making myself small so other people can feel big. Melissa reached across the table and grabbed my hand. Then do it. All of it. And don't you dare feel guilty. That conversation changed something in me. Or maybe it didn't change anything. Maybe it just gave me permission to be who I'd always been, before I'd learned to hide. I threw myself into work. Took on the projects nobody else wanted. Volunteered to present at meetings. Submitted a paper to a major conference and nearly passed out when they accepted it. Started saying yes to opportunities I would have declined before because Derek would have made some comment about me being obsessed with work. I went to Japan. Spent 2 weeks exploring Tokyo and Kyoto by myself, eating incredible food and taking terrible photos and feeling utterly, completely at peace. I bought new clothes. Not the careful, modest things I'd been wearing to make Derek comfortable. Bright colors. Bold patterns. Clothes that made me feel like myself. I went on dates. Some good, some terrible, all of them useful for reminding me what I would and wouldn't accept. And slowly, gradually, I rebuilt. It's been 3 years since that dinner. 3 years since I changed the locks. 3 years since I chose myself over the comfort of staying in something that was killing me slowly. People still ask me sometimes if I regret it. If I think I overreacted. If maybe I should have tried harder to make it work. And I tell them the truth, the only thing I regret is waiting so long. Last month, I ran into Derek at a coffee shop. It was completely random. He was with a woman, younger than me, laughing at something he'd said. She had that look I remembered, adoring, slightly deferential, the look of someone who hasn't yet learned to make herself smaller. He saw me. Our eyes met. For a second, I saw something flicker across his face. Anger, maybe. Or regret. Or just the discomfort of running into someone who knows exactly who you are beneath the performance. I smiled. Not a friendly smile. A knowing one. Then I turned back to my laptop and kept working. Because here's the thing I've learned: some people will spend their whole lives trying to make you doubt your own reality. They'll call you crazy, sensitive, difficult, dramatic. They'll tell you that you're overreacting, that you can't take a joke, that you're throwing away something good. But you know what's actually crazy? Staying with someone who makes you feel like you need to apologize for existing. My apartment is still the same one, the one with the exposed brick and floor-to-ceiling windows. But it feels different now. It feels like mine. The locks have been changed again since then, just a routine update with a building, but I still remember the weight of that first new key in my palm. The way it felt like possibility. I'm up for a promotion to director level next month. My boss says it's basically guaranteed. I've already started preparing my presentation. But I need to tell you about what happened 2 months ago, because it's important. Because it shows that choosing yourself isn't a one-time decision. It's something you have to keep choosing, over and over, when the world tries to make you doubt yourself. I was at a networking event, one of those industry mixers where everyone's trying to make connections without looking like they're trying too hard. Open bar, mediocre appetizers, name tags that never stick properly. I'd been there about an hour, nursing a gin and tonic and having a genuinely interesting conversation with a woman from a competing firm about machine learning applications in retail, when I felt a hand on my elbow. I turned around and found myself face to face with Derek's sister, Amanda. She looked different than I remembered. Thinner, maybe. Tired around the eyes. She was holding a glass of white wine like it was a lifeline. "Rachel," she said, and her voice had this weird quality to it. Not quite friendly, not quite hostile. "I didn't expect to see you here." "Amanda." I kept my voice neutral. "How are you? Can we talk?" She glanced at the woman I'd been speaking with. "Privately?" Every instinct told me to say no. To make an excuse and walk away. But there was something in her expression that made me curious. Something that looked almost like desperation. "Sure," I said. I excused myself from my conversation and followed Amanda to a quieter corner of the room, near the windows overlooking the city. She took a long drink of her wine before speaking. "I owe you an apology." I wasn't expecting that. "Okay." That night at dinner, when Derek said what he said, I laughed. She looked down at her glass. I laughed because everyone else was laughing, and because it was easier than calling him out. But I've thought about it a lot since then. About how you just got up and left. How you didn't make excuses or try to smooth it over. You just left. "Yes," I said simply. "I did." "I'm getting divorced," Amanda said abruptly. "From Kyle?" "The guy I brought to that dinner. Turns out he's been saying things to me for the past 3 years that sound a lot like what Derek said to you. Just small enough that I kept telling myself it was fine. That I was overreacting." My chest tightened. "Amanda, I'm sorry." "Don't be." She met my eyes, and hers were bright with unshed tears. "You showed me it was possible to leave. To just stand up and walk out. I've been trying to work up the courage ever since." We stood there in silence for a moment. The sounds of the networking event washed over us: laughter, conversation, the clink of glasses. "Did you ever regret it?" Amanda asked. "Walking out that night?" "Never," I said. "Not once." "Even when everyone said you were wrong?" "Especially then." She nodded slowly. "Derek tells people you had some kind of breakdown. That you became unstable and he had no choice but to let you go." A bitter laugh escaped me. "Of course he does. For what it's worth, I don't believe him." I didn't believe him then either. I just didn't know how to say it. She finished her wine in one long swallow. "I'm moving back to Seattle next month. Starting over. And I wanted you to know that you gave me permission to do that." "By leaving?" "By not apologizing for it." "You don't need my permission," I said gently. "You never did." "I know. But it helped seeing someone do it first." She reached out and squeezed my arm. "Thank you, Rachel. For being strong enough to go first." She left before I could respond, disappearing back into the crowd. I stood there for a long time, looking out at the city lights, thinking about how ripples spread. That conversation stayed with me. Made me think about all the other women who might have been watching that night at dinner. Who saw me leave and filed it away. Who maybe, someday, would remember that moment when they needed to remember that leaving was possible. But it also made me think about the cost. About how standing up for yourself means accepting that some people will rewrite history to make you the villain. That you'll lose relationships you thought were solid. That you'll be called crazy, difficult, too much, not enough, all at the same time. The week after the networking event, I was having lunch with my mother. We'd had a complicated relationship since the divorce. She hadn't been outwardly critical, but she'd made it clear she thought I'd given up too easily. That marriage required sacrifice. That I should have tried harder. We were picking at salads neither of us really wanted when she said, "I ran into Patricia at the grocery store yesterday." My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. "Oh?" She said, "Derek's engaged. To someone from his office. Says they're very happy." I waited for the punch of jealousy, the sting of being replaced. It didn't come. I just felt tired. "Good for him," I said. My mother was watching me carefully. "That doesn't bother you?" "Why would it bother me?" "Because you were married to him, Rachel. Because you threw away your marriage over one comment and now he's moved on and you're alone." There it was. The thing she'd been holding back for 3 years. I put down my fork. "Mom, I need you to understand something. I didn't throw away my marriage over one comment. I ended my marriage because of a pattern of disrespect that had been going on for years. That comment at dinner was just the moment I finally stopped making excuses for it. But marriage is about compromise. It's not compromise when only one person is compromising. It's not compromise when you're shrinking yourself to make someone else comfortable. That's not marriage. That's erasure." She looked uncomfortable. "I just think you could have tried harder." "I tried for 4 years, Mom. I tried so hard I forgot who I was. And you want to know something? I am alone now. And I'm happier alone than I ever was with someone who made me feel worthless." "He didn't make you feel worthless." "Yes, he did." My voice was firm now. Every joke about my intelligence. Every dismissal of my career. Every time he introduced me as his beautiful wife instead of by my name and accomplishments. Every time he made a decision about our life without consulting me. That was him telling me my thoughts and feelings didn't matter. And I accepted it because I thought that's what love looked like. My mother was quiet for a long time. Then she said, very softly, "Your father used to do that to me." The world tilted. "What?" She wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking down at her hands, twisting her wedding ring around her finger. The jokes. The little comments. The way he'd explain things to me that I already knew, like I was a child. I thought it was normal. I thought that's just how men were. "Mom, I watched you leave Derek, and I was angry. Not at him. At you. Because you had the courage to do something I never did." She finally looked up at me, and her eyes were wet. "I've been married to your father for 38 years, and I've spent most of them making myself smaller so he can feel bigger. And watching you refuse to do that made me feel like a coward." I reached across the table and took her hand. "You're not a coward." "I am, though. I am because I knew what you were going through and I didn't support you. I told you to try harder instead of telling you I was proud of you for leaving." We sat there holding hands across the table while our salads got warm and wilted. My mother crying quietly, me trying to process this sudden shift in our relationship. "I'm proud of you," she finally said. "I should have said it 3 years ago. I'm proud of you for leaving. For choosing yourself. For showing me it's possible." "It's not too late," I said. "You know that, right? It's never too late to choose yourself." She gave me a sad smile. "Maybe not. But 38 years is a long time to untangle. So start untangling." She squeezed my hand. Then she let go and picked up her fork. "Tell me about this promotion. The director position." And just like that, the subject changed. But something had shifted between us. A door had opened. 3 weeks before the promotion decision, my boss asked me to have coffee with him. His name is Marcus. He's 50-something with gray temples and the kind of calm presence that makes him perfect for managing high-strung analysts. We met at the coffee shop across from our office building. "So," he said after we'd settled in with our drinks, "I wanted to give you a heads up about something." My stomach dropped. "I didn't get the promotion." "What?" "No. You definitely got the promotion. That's not what this is about." He stirred his coffee slowly. "This is about what comes with a promotion." "I don't understand." "Rachel, you're good at your job. Really good. You build models that work, you manage your team well, and clients trust you. But being a director means you're going to be more visible. Company-wide meetings. Industry conferences. Your name on publications. And I need to know if you're ready for that." "Of course I'm ready. Let me finish." His voice was gentle but firm. "I've watched you for 5 years now. I've watched you get more confident, more willing to speak up, more comfortable taking up space. But I've also watched you second-guess yourself in ways that other analysts don't. Check your work 3 times when once would do. Apologize before presenting ideas. Ask permission for things you don't need permission for. I felt my face flush. I didn't realize it was that obvious. It's not obvious to everyone. But I've been in this business a long time, and I recognize the signs of someone who's learned to make themselves smaller. He took a sip of coffee. The question is, are you still doing that? Or have you moved past it? I thought about the woman I'd been when I started this job. Fresh from college, eager to prove myself, but already learning to downplay my intelligence to make my then-boyfriend comfortable. I thought about the years with Derek, the gradual erosion of my confidence. I thought about the dinner, the locks, the divorce. I thought about Japan. About the conferences I'd presented at. About the papers I'd published. About standing in front of rooms full of people and explaining complex concepts without apologizing for knowing things. I've moved past it, I said. Or I'm moving past it. It's a process. Good. Marcus smiled. Because as director, you're going to face people who want to undermine you. Who'll make jokes about your age or your appearance or imply you didn't earn your position. And you need to be ready to shut that down. Not nicely. Not diplomatically. Shut it down. Like walking out of a dinner party? He blinked. I don't know that reference. Never mind. I smiled. I can do that. I can stand up for myself. I know you can. I've seen you do it. I just needed to make sure you knew you could. He raised his coffee cup. Congratulations, Director Chen. You've earned this. We clinked paper cups, and I let myself feel the full weight of it. I'd done this. Despite Derek's attempts to make me small. Despite the voice in my head that still sometimes whispered that I wasn't smart enough, wasn't qualified enough, wasn't enough. I'd done this anyway. The promotion was announced 2 weeks later. My team threw me a small celebration, cake in the conference room, champagne and coffee mugs, the kinds of low-key festivities that happen in office buildings at 4 in the afternoon. I was cutting the cake when my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Congratulations on the promotion. I always knew you were capable of more. My hands froze on the knife. It was Derek. It had to be. No one else would phrase it quite that way. That subtle undermining wrapped in a compliment. Capable of more, implying that before, I hadn't been reaching my potential. That maybe he'd been holding me back. Or maybe I was reading too much into it. I deleted the text without responding and went back to cutting cake. But it bothered me. More than it should have. Because it reminded me that Derek was still out there, still part of the landscape of my life even though I'd cut him out. Still capable of reaching through the boundaries I'd set and making me doubt myself. That night, I called Susan, my lawyer. We'd stayed in touch, the way you do with people who help you through major life transitions. He texted me, I said after the pleasantries were done. After 3 years of nothing, he texted me to congratulate me on my promotion. Did you respond? No. Good. Don't. I could hear papers rustling on her end. This is a test, Rachel. He's testing to see if you'll engage. If you'll let him back into your life in any capacity. I won't. I know you won't. But I also know that these little intrusions can feel bigger than they are. They can make you feel like you're not really free. She paused. Are you keeping the text? I deleted it. Even better. Block the number. Don't give him any way to reach you. You've built a new life. Don't let him have even the smallest piece of it. I blocked the number. And then, on impulse, I went through my phone and blocked every number associated with Derek or his family. Wiped them from my contacts. Removed every digital thread that connected me to that old life. It felt like taking a shower after a long, dirty day. Like washing away something that had been clinging to me. My phone felt lighter in my hand. 2 days after that, I was having drinks with some colleagues from work, celebrating the promotion properly this time. We were at a rooftop bar, the kind of place with overpriced cocktails and an incredible view of the city at night. One of my colleagues, a woman named Jennifer who I'd always liked but never gotten close to, caught me alone at the bar while I was ordering another round. Can I ask you something personal? She said. Depends on how personal. I heard you went through a divorce a few years back. I stiffened. Yeah. 3 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pry. It's just, she looked uncomfortable. I'm thinking about leaving my husband. And I don't really have anyone to talk to about it. Everyone we know is friends with both of us, and I feel like if I say anything, I'll be the one who broke up the marriage. I turned to look at her fully. Really look at her. She had the same expression I'd seen in the mirror 3 years ago. Exhausted. Scared. Determined. What's he doing? I asked quietly. Nothing dramatic. Nothing I can point to and say this is abuse. Just 1,000 small things that make me feel like I'm disappearing. Like I'm becoming background noise in my own life. I knew that feeling. Knew it in my bones. Let me tell you something, I said. When I left my ex-husband, people told me I was overreacting. That I was throwing away my marriage over nothing. That I should have tried harder, compromised more, been more forgiving. What did you do? I left anyway. And it was the best decision I'd ever made. Jennifer's eyes filled with tears. But what if they're right? What if I'm just being dramatic? Here's what I learned: if you're asking yourself whether you're overreacting, you're probably not. People who actually overreact don't sit around wondering if they're being reasonable. They just react. I took her hand. Trust yourself. Trust what you're feeling. And don't let anyone convince you that your peace of mind is less important than keeping up appearances. She squeezed my hand. Thank you. And Jennifer? When you leave, if you leave, you're going to lose some people. Some friends are going to side with him. Some family members are going to tell you that you're wrong. But the people who really love you will understand. And you'll find new people who see you clearly. Is that what happened to you? Yeah, I said. Yeah, it is. We stood there for a moment, two women who'd learned the hard way that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is walk away. Then we went back to our colleagues, back to the celebration, back to the life I'd built on the other side of leaving. And if I get it, I'm going to tell everyone. Loudly. Proudly. Without making myself smaller to make anyone else comfortable. Because I'm done with that version of myself. The one who laughed at jokes that weren't funny. The one who apologized for being smart. The one who stayed quiet to keep the peace. That woman left at a family dinner 3 years ago. She walked out the door with her purse and her dignity. And she's never coming back.
Story 3.
At brunch, my sister announced her wedding. When I asked about my invitation, she said, "It's intimate, blood relatives only." I nodded and left. A week later, she called frantically. The venue had canceled. I sent her a text, $55,000. Sorry, I can't help. My event planning business is free for real family only. 3 days later, she showed up at my door crying. I'm going to tell you something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it, and I need you to understand, I'm not the villain here. Or maybe I am. I don't know anymore. It started at brunch 3 months ago, one of those overpriced places where they serve eggs on slate and charge you $18 for avocado toast. My sister Vanessa had insisted we meet there, and I should have known something was coming. She only picks expensive restaurants when she wants to make an announcement she thinks will impress people. I was spreading butter on my toast when she cleared her throat in that theatrical way she's perfected since we were kids. The way that says, "Everyone stop and look at me." So, she began, her voice hitting that particular pitch of false modesty. "Marcus and I have some exciting news." I looked up. Marcus, her fiancé of 8 months, was beaming beside her, his arm draped over the back of her chair in a way that looked rehearsed. They'd been engaged since New Year's Eve, one of those surprise proposal situations that Vanessa had clearly orchestrated herself but pretended was spontaneous. "We've set the date," she announced, flashing her engagement ring under the carefully positioned sunlight streaming through the window. "June 23rd. It's going to be absolutely perfect. We've booked the Ashford estate, you know, that venue that usually has a 2-year waiting list. Marcus's family pulled some strings." Of course they did. Mom gasped appropriately. Dad nodded with that distant smile he wears when he's thinking about something else entirely, probably his golf swing. Vanessa's best friend Chloe, who'd also been invited to this family brunch for reasons I still don't understand, squealed and grabbed Vanessa's hand. I took a sip of my mimosa and waited. "It's going to be intimate," Vanessa continued, and I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "Really intimate. We're keeping it small, you know. Just the people who matter most." "That sounds lovely," I said, "because that's what you're supposed to say. When should I expect my invitation?" The pause that followed was maybe 2 seconds long, but it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. Vanessa's smile tightened at the corners. She exchanged a glance with Marcus that I couldn't quite read. "Well, that's the thing," she said, and her voice had that apologetic lilt that meant she wasn't sorry at all. "We're doing blood relatives only. Immediate family." Marcus and I both agreed, we want it to be really, really close family. I set down my mimosa carefully. I'm your sister. Half-sister, she corrected, and there it was. The word she'd been saving. The word that had hung between us our entire lives but had never been said quite like this, quite so deliberately, quite so much like a knife. My father, our father, shifted in his seat. He didn't say anything. Marcus's family is the same way, Vanessa rushed on, as if that made it better. It's just parents and siblings. Full siblings. It's nothing personal, Grace. It's just how we're structuring it. Right. My voice came out flat. Nothing personal. Mom reached across the table like she might touch my hand, then seemed to think better of it. Vanessa, maybe we should. It's fine, I interrupted. I was already reaching for my purse, already calculating the fastest exit. It's your wedding. Your choice. Grace, don't be like that, Vanessa said, but she looked relieved that I wasn't making a scene. That's always been her greatest fear, public embarrassment. Not hurting people. Just looking bad while doing it. I stood up. My legs felt steady even though my chest was tight. I hope it's everything you've dreamed of. And I left. I didn't cry until I got to my car. Even then, it was just angry tears, the kind that make you want to hit something. I drove home to my apartment, the one I'd worked 70-hour weeks to afford, and I sat on my couch and stared at the wall. Half-sister. Blood relatives only. Here's what Vanessa knew, what she'd always known: I'd spent my entire life trying to belong. My mom, my biological mom, had married their dad when I was 4. He'd adopted me when I was 6. Legally, I was his daughter. Legally, Vanessa and I were sisters. But Vanessa had been 10 when I arrived, old enough to remember life before me, old enough to resent the intrusion. She'd never been cruel about it. That would have been easier, somehow. Instead, she'd been subtly exclusionary. Little comments over the years. Dad's real kids when she was talking about family genetics. My side of the family when discussing relatives I'd grown up calling aunt and uncle. Jokes about how I'd joined the family, like I was a club member instead of a daughter. And I'd taken it. Every single time, I'd swallowed it down and tried harder to be the perfect sister, the one who couldn't be excluded. Until now. I'm an event planner. I started the business 5 years ago, built it from nothing into something people actually respect. I specialize in high-end weddings and corporate events. My client list includes names you'd recognize. I've coordinated events with guest lists in the hundreds and budgets that would make your eyes water. And Vanessa knew this. She'd been to my office. She'd seen the testimonials, the awards, the features in bridal magazines. She'd even mentioned, once, that maybe I could help with her wedding when the time came. But blood relatives only. I spent that first week in a fog of hurt that slowly crystallized into something else. Something clearer and colder. I went to work. I met with clients. I finalized the details for a corporate gala that would host 300 people. I was professional and efficient, and I didn't mention my sister's wedding to anyone. And then, exactly 7 days after the brunch, my phone rang. Vanessa's name flashed on the screen. I almost didn't answer. But curiosity won out. Grace. Her voice was high and tight. Panic, I recognized. I'd heard it in enough brides over the years. Grace, something horrible has happened. I waited. The Ashford estate canceled on us. The owner, there was some family emergency or legal issue or something, I don't even know. But they're shutting down for renovations indefinitely. Our wedding is in 12 weeks and we have no venue. In the background, I could hear Marcus's voice, low and urgent. Vanessa was clearly losing it. We've called everywhere, she continued, words tumbling out. Everywhere. Everything's booked. It's June, Grace, it's peak wedding season. We can't find anything that's good enough. That's the right size. That has availability. She paused. I could hear her breathing. I know you're probably still upset about the invitation thing, she said, and her tone had shifted to something that might have been conciliatory if it wasn't so clearly desperate. But you're in the industry. You know people. You could help us. You could find us something. The silence stretched out. I was sitting in my office, looking out at the city skyline, watching clouds drift past the windows. Please, Vanessa added. You're so good at this. You always know what to do. I thought about the Ashford estate. I actually knew the owner, had worked with her on several events. The family emergency was news to me, but venues did occasionally have to cancel. It happened. I'd love to help, I said finally, and my voice sounded calm even to my own ears. But you know how it is. My services are pretty expensive. We can pay you, Vanessa said immediately. Obviously, we'd pay you. You don't have to do it for free just because we're family. That word felt like a blade being twisted. My full-service venue finding and coordination package for a rush job like this would be about $55,000, I said. The number was accurate. I charged similar amounts before for clients in crisis. That includes venue scouting, negotiation, contract review, timeline adjustment, vendor coordination, and day of management. Vanessa went quiet. In the background, I heard Marcus say something that sounded like how much? 55,000, Vanessa repeated. Grace, that's more than a third of our total budget. I know. Rush jobs are expensive. Peak season, limited availability, you understand. But you're my sister. There it was again. Sister. Not half-sister now. Now I was useful. Actually, I said, and I kept my voice pleasant, professional, I thought you said blood relatives only? I'm just running a business here, Vanessa. And honestly, I'm completely swamped. I've got 3 weddings and a corporate event in the next 8 weeks. I really can't take on another project unless it's worth my time financially. The line went so quiet I thought she'd hung up. You're really going to do this? Her voice had changed. Gone was the panic. Now there was something harder underneath. You're going to hold this over me? Because of the invitation? I'm not holding anything over you. I'm running a business. You're the one who made it clear we're not close enough for your wedding. I'm just extending the same boundary to my professional services. This is unbelievable. I know, I said. It must be really stressful. I'm sorry I can't help. I hope you find someone. And I hung up. My hands were shaking. My heart was racing. I felt sick and exhilarated and terrified all at once. I'd never done anything like that before. Never stood my ground quite so completely. Never let someone else feel the consequence of their own cruelty. It felt incredible and awful in equal measure. I texted her later that evening, just to make sure the point had fully landed. $55,000. Sorry, I can't help. My event planning business is free for real family only. I added a smiley face emoji. Then deleted it. Then added it back. Then deleted it again and just sent the message plain. She didn't respond. For 3 days, I heard nothing. I went about my life. I had coffee with a friend who asked about my family and I changed the subject. I met with a bride who was worried her mother-in-law hated the flower arrangements and I fixed it with 2 phone calls and a diplomatic email. I was good at my job. I was good at solving other people's problems. And then, on day 3, my apartment buzzer rang at 9 o'clock at night. I wasn't expecting anyone. I checked the security camera feed on my phone and there she was, Vanessa, standing in my lobby, looking up at the camera with red-rimmed eyes. I could have ignored her. I could have pretended I wasn't home. Instead, I buzzed her up. She knocked softly, like she wasn't sure she should be there. When I opened the door, I barely recognized her. Vanessa had always been the put-together one, the one with perfect hair and carefully coordinated outfits. Now she looked wrecked. No makeup. Hair in a messy ponytail. Wearing jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt. Can I come in? Her voice was hoarse, like she'd been crying for hours. I stepped aside. She walked past me into my apartment, then just stood there in the middle of my living room looking lost. I closed the door and waited. I can't find anything, she said finally. We've called 43 venues. 43, Grace. Everything's booked or too small or too far outside the city or too expensive or just wrong. All wrong? I crossed my arms. Marcus's mom is furious. She's saying we should postpone, but we've already sent save the dates to everyone. And his family flew in from overseas to book their flights and hotels and, her voice cracked. I can't postpone. I can't. Everyone will know something went wrong. Everyone will think we're having problems or that we're not ready or that you're bad at planning, I supplied. She flinched. Is that what you're worried about? I asked. How it looks. That's not fair. Isn't it? Vanessa sank onto my couch like her legs wouldn't hold her anymore. She put her face in her hands. Her shoulders started shaking. I'd seen her cry maybe 5 times in our entire lives. Vanessa didn't cry. Vanessa got angry or cold or dismissive, but she didn't break down. I messed up, she whispered. I know I messed up. With the venue? With you. The words hung in the air between us. I sat down in the chair across from her, keeping distance between us. Keep going. She looked up at me. Mascara streaks down her face, even though she wasn't wearing makeup now, old tears from earlier, probably. The blood relatives thing. That was cruel. I know it was cruel. Why did you say it? Because Marcus's mom suggested it. Vanessa's voice was small. She has this whole thing about keeping weddings traditional and intimate, and she made this comment about how blended families complicate things and you agreed with her. No. I mean, she stopped. Started again. She put me on the spot. And I went along with it. I didn't think about how it would sound. How it would feel. You didn't think about me at all. No. The word came out as barely more than a breath. I didn't. I was so focused on making Marcus's family happy, on making sure everything was perfect for his side, that I threw you under the bus. I've been doing it our whole lives, haven't I? I didn't answer. I wanted her to keep talking. When I was 10, Vanessa said slowly, and Dad said he wanted to adopt you, I told Mom I didn't want a sister. I said it wasn't fair that I had to share my dad with someone who wasn't really part of our family. My chest tightened. Mom told me I was being selfish. But I think part of me never let go of that. I've spent 20 years finding little ways to draw that line. To make sure everyone knew you were different. And I told myself it wasn't mean because I wasn't actively bullying you or anything. I was just keeping things clear. Clear, I repeated. But it was mean. Vanessa wiped at her face with the back of her hand. It was mean and petty, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The apology should have felt satisfying. Victorious. Instead, it just felt sad. When the venue canceled, Vanessa continued, my first thought was to call you. Because you're the person I think of when things go wrong. You're the one who always knows how to fix things. And when you said no, when you said that thing about real family, I was so angry. But then I realized you were just giving me back exactly what I'd given you. So this is about the wedding? No. She looked at me directly for the first time. No. This is about me finally understanding what I've been doing to you. The wedding is it's just the crisis that made me see it. I wanted to believe her. But I'd spent so many years reading people, learning to spot manipulation, that I couldn't quite turn off that instinct. Are you here because you're sorry, I asked, or because you need a venue? Vanessa's face crumpled again. I don't know. Maybe both? Does that make me horrible? It makes you honest, at least. I can't pay you $55,000, she said. We don't have that kind of money. But I'm not here to beg for free help either. I needed you to know I understand why you said what you said. And that you're right. I leaned back in my chair, studying her. Calculating. The Ashford estate didn't just cancel, I said. Vanessa's head snapped up. What? The owner is a friend of mine. I called her yesterday. She said they're not doing renovations. They're fully operational. The color drained from Vanessa's face. Then why? Someone called and claimed to be representing your wedding party. Said there had been a change of plans and you needed to cancel. Since it was outside their normal cancellation window, they said there was some kind of family emergency to avoid penalties. Vanessa stood up slowly. Someone canceled our venue? On purpose? Marcus's mother, would be my guess. Based on what you've told me about her opinions on your guest list. No. She wouldn't, but Vanessa's face said she thought it was entirely possible. I called the Ashford estate this morning, I continued. Explain the situation. They've agreed to honor your original booking if you confirm by tomorrow morning. Vanessa just stared at me. I also took the liberty of calling 3 other venues, I said. In case you decide you don't want to deal with a place that's connected to this drama. All 3 have availability on your date. One of them is actually nicer than the Ashford estate, in my opinion. Bigger garden, better natural light. You did that. Her voice was flat with shock. After everything? After you excluded me from your wedding and then came crawling back when you needed help? Yeah. I did that. Why? It was a fair question. I'd been asking myself the same thing for the past 2 days, ever since I'd made those phone calls. Because you're my sister, I said finally. Half, full, step, adopted, I don't care about the label. You're my sister. And I'm better than the person who punishes you forever just to prove a point. Vanessa started crying again, but differently this time. Quietly. She sank back onto the couch. But I'm not doing it for free, I continued. And I'm not doing it as a favor you can hold over me later. She looked up. Standard family rate is $25,000 for the full package, I said. I was making this up as I went, but it felt right. That's what I'd charge any other relative. Coordination, vendor management, day of execution. You pay half up front, half after the wedding. Professional contract, everything official. $25,000 is still more than you budgeted, I know. But I'm also going to negotiate your vendor contracts, and I guarantee I'll save you at least $10,000 on your current arrangements. Net cost to you is $15,000, which honestly is a steal for what you're getting. Vanessa was quiet for a long moment. You're really going to help me? On my terms. With proper boundaries. As a professional service, not as your backup plan. And the invitation? That's up to you, I said. I'm not going to force you to invite me to your wedding. If you genuinely want it to be just you, Marcus, and your parents, that's your choice. I'm not going to hold my work hostage based on whether I get a seat at the reception. But you could. You have all the leverage right now. I could. But then I'd be proving you were right about me not being real family. I'd be acting like we're transactional instead of related. Vanessa wiped her eyes. I want you there. I want you as a guest, not as staff. I want you at the bridal party table. Her voice broke. I want my sister at my wedding. Which sister am I? I asked quietly. The half one or the real one? The only one I've got. She met my eyes. The one I don't deserve but really hope will forgive me someday. I didn't answer right away. Forgiveness felt too big, too final. Like saying it would erase everything that had happened. I'll work on it, I said instead. That's more than fair. She stayed for another hour. We talked about the venues, about which one she actually liked best. We talked about her vendor contracts. Her florist was overcharging by at least 30%, and I gave her the contact information for 3 better options. We talked about Marcus's mother and what Vanessa was going to say to her about the cancelled venue. We didn't talk about our childhood or all the little cuts that had accumulated over the years. That felt too big for one night. But it was a start. When she left, she hugged me at the door. Not a polite social hug, but an actual embrace. Thank you, she whispered. $25,000, I reminded her. She laughed, a broken little sound. Money well spent. After she left, I sat on my couch in the quiet apartment and felt something unfamiliar, not quite happiness, but maybe relief. The tight knot of anger that had been sitting in my chest since that brunch had loosened slightly. I pulled out my phone and opened my business calendar. Vanessa's wedding was in 12 weeks. I had 7 other events between now and then. It was going to be chaos. I started making notes anyway. The next morning, I got a text from my dad. Just 2 words, thank you. I didn't respond. I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me was angry that he hadn't defended me at that brunch, hadn't said anything when Vanessa dropped the blood relatives only bomb. But another part of me understood that family dynamics are complicated, that parents get trapped between their kids, that he'd probably been just as blindsided as I was. I made a mental note to have coffee with him. Later. When I had the energy for another difficult conversation. Vanessa signed the contract 2 days later. She chose the Ashford estate, the original venue, but had me call the owner and handle all the rebooking personally. When I spoke to the owner, she was apologetic and deeply embarrassed about the cancellation confusion. Someone called claiming to be the bride's mother, she explained. Very insistent. Said there was a medical emergency in the family. We felt terrible, but we've had situations before where families face real crises. We try to be compassionate. I understand, I said. These things happen. The person who called knew specific details about the booking, she added. The date, the guest count, the names. We had no reason to doubt them. Marcus's mother, definitely. I made another mental note, this woman was going to be a problem long term. But that was a future Vanessa problem. I spent the next week diving into vendor contracts and timelines. Vanessa's wedding was typical in most ways, white dress, fancy dinner, DJ and dancing, but it was clear she'd been floundering without professional guidance. Her florist was charging premium prices for standard arrangements. Her caterer had her locked into a menu that was both expensive and boring. The photographer she'd chosen had a portfolio that looked impressive online, but was clearly amateur work with heavy filtering. I fixed all of it. I had the conversations Vanessa was too intimidated to have. I negotiated. I found alternatives. I called in favors. By the end of week 2, I'd saved her almost $14,000 and upgraded half her vendors. How did you do that? She asked over the phone after I sent her the updated budget. I know people. And I know how to talk to vendors without being afraid they'll tell me no. I'm in awe of you right now. Save the offer when you see the actual wedding. We talked regularly after that, but differently than before. She started asking me about my work, my clients, my life outside of her wedding. Small talk, mostly, but genuine. And I found myself answering honestly instead of giving polite deflections. She told me about Marcus, really told me, not just the highlight reel. How he was kind but sometimes passive. How his mother was overbearing. How Vanessa was terrified of becoming a wife who lost herself in trying to please her husband's family. Then don't, I said simply. Easier said than done. Sure. But you're already doing it. You're setting boundaries with his mom about the wedding. That's a start. She was quiet for a moment. She's furious that I went back to the Ashford estate. She thinks I should have just accepted her choice of a more appropriate venue. Which was her country club, where she's friends with the event coordinator and could have controlled every detail. I laughed despite myself. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. Marcus is backing me up, Vanessa said. He told her this is our wedding, not hers. She's barely speaking to him now. Good for him. Is it weird that part of me is glad she's mad? No. It means you're finally putting your own wedding first instead of everyone else's opinions. When did you get so wise? I've been wise. You just never asked me before. Another pause. You're right. I'm sorry. These small apologies were scattered through our conversations now. Not big dramatic scenes, just quiet acknowledgments. I started believing them. 6 weeks before the wedding, Vanessa called me in a panic again. This time it was about her dress. It doesn't fit right, she said. The alterations place messed something up and now there's this weird bunching at the waist and the seamstress is saying she can't fix it without basically reconstructing the whole bodice and, bring it to my place, I interrupted. I'll look at it. You sew? I've fixed approximately 200 wedding dress emergencies. Bring it over. She showed up an hour later with the dress in a garment bag, looking frazzled. I took one look at the alterations and nearly laughed. This seamstress didn't mess up, I said. She literally did nothing. These are still the original temporary stitches from the salon. Vanessa's face went through several expressions. But I paid her $300 to basically hold your dress hostage and tell you it can't be fixed. Yeah. I know the type. Can you fix it? Give me 2 hours. I'd learned to sew from a costume designer I'd worked with years ago on a theatrical production. She taught me that wedding dresses were just elaborate costumes, and costumes always needed emergency repairs. I'd gotten good at it because it was cheaper than constantly hiring seamstresses for client emergencies. I put on a documentary, laid out the dress on my dining room table, and got to work. Vanessa sat on my couch watching me with this expression of bewilderment. What? I asked without looking up. I keep learning all these things about you. Things I should have known. You never asked. I know. That's what I'm saying. I pinned a section of the bodice, checking the fit against Vanessa's measurements. You want to know something funny? What? I almost didn't help you. That night you showed up crying? I was this close to telling you to leave. What changed your mind? I thought about it. Honestly? Spite. She blinked. Spite? I wanted to prove I was bigger than the situation. Better than the person who'd hurt me. It was like, I'm going to be so aggressively mature and professional that you'll feel terrible about what you did forever. Vanessa started laughing. That's the most Grace thing I've ever heard. Yeah, well. It worked. It did. I feel terrible. Forever. Good. But I was smiling when I said it. The dress took 3 hours instead of 2. When I was done, it fit perfectly. Vanessa put it on in my bathroom and came out looking like a completely different person, not because of the dress, but because of the expression on her face. I feel like a bride now, she said softly. You looked like a bride before. No. Before I looked like a person in a costume. Now I feel like this is really happening. Like it's mine. I understood what she meant. Sometimes the details matter more than the big picture. Sometimes it's the perfect fit of a dress that makes everything real. Don't cry, I warned. You'll get tears on the silk. She laughed and carefully pulled me into a hug, awkward because of the dress but genuine. Thank you, she said. For everything. Not just the dress. Everything. You're paying me $25,000. You can thank me after the check clears. But I hugged her back anyway. The final 4 weeks were a blur of details and logistics. I coordinated with vendors, finalized timelines, managed the guest list, handled the rehearsal dinner arrangements. Vanessa had moments of bride anxiety, but mostly she seemed calmer than I'd expected. Having someone else handle the details gave her space to actually enjoy the process. She invited me to her bachelorette party. Just a dinner, nothing wild, but there were 12 women there and she introduced me to every single one as my sister, Grace, who's basically saving my life right now. No half-sister. No qualifiers. Just sister. I met Marcus's mother exactly once, at a vendor meeting 3 weeks before the wedding. She was exactly as I pictured, polished, controlling, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "So you're the event planner," she said, looking me up and down like I was a servant. "I am. And Vanessa's sister. Also that." "How convenient." She said it like an accusation. Like I was taking advantage of Vanessa instead of saving her wedding. "Very," I agreed pleasantly. "It means I care whether this turns out well." She sniffed. "I still think the country club would have been more appropriate." "Good thing it's not your wedding then." Vanessa, sitting beside Marcus, tried to hide a smile. Marcus just looked relieved someone was standing up to his mother. The meeting continued with icy politeness. When it was over, Marcus's mother left without saying goodbye to me. "She hates you," Marcus said apologetically. "I know. I think that's why I like you," he added. "Anyone she hates that much is probably a good person." I decided I liked Marcus. The week of the wedding arrived faster than I expected. I had my team in place, 3 assistants who'd worked with me for years, and we descended on the Ashford estate like a well-oiled machine. I coordinated enough events to know that something always goes wrong, but if you plan for chaos, chaos becomes manageable. The florist showed up 2 hours late. I'd anticipated this and built buffer time into the schedule. The caterer forgot to bring serving spoons for one of the appetizers. I had backup utensils in my emergency kit. 2 groomsmen got lost on the way to the venue. I had their numbers and talked them through directions while simultaneously fixing a broken seating card display. Vanessa, in her perfectly fitted dress, watched me handle crisis after crisis with what looked like amazement. "You're scary good at this," she said while I was safety pinning a flower girl's dress. "It's what you're paying me for." "No, I never realized how good you are. At everything." "You never had to realize it. Everything always worked out for you." She flinched slightly, but nodded. "You're right." The ceremony was beautiful. Simple but elegant, exactly what Vanessa had wanted when she stopped trying to please everyone else. The sun set over the garden in perfect golden light. The vows were traditional but heartfelt. I stood in the back, making sure the photographer captured every angle, that the officiant had water nearby, that the musicians started the recessional at exactly the right moment. When Vanessa walked back down the aisle as a married woman, she caught my eye and mouthed "Thank you." I nodded. The reception was flawless. Dinner service on time. Toasts that were funny without being embarrassing. Dancing that started slowly but built into something joyful. I coordinated everything from the shadows, invisible but essential. And then, during the father-daughter dance, Vanessa stopped. She pulled away from our dad and walked over to where I was standing near the sound booth. "What are you doing?" I whispered urgently. "This is your dance. Dance with us," she said. "What?" "Both of you are my family. Both of you should be in this." "Vanessa, that's not how," but she was already pulling me onto the dance floor. Dad looked confused, then smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen from him in months. The 3 of us stood there awkwardly for a moment, and then Vanessa grabbed both our hands and we swayed together in a circle that was probably ridiculous looking but felt perfect. The photographer captured it. Later, Vanessa would tell me it was her favorite photo from the entire day. When the dance ended and people applauded, I tried to slip away, back to my duties. But Vanessa caught my arm. "Stay," she said. "You're not working right now. You're a guest. I have to make sure the cake cutting, my assistants have it covered. I'm telling you, as the bride, sit down and have a drink with your sister." So I did. We sat at a table in the corner, away from the main crowd, and watched people dance. Marcus's mother shot me a disapproving look from across the room. I waved at her cheerfully. "She's going to hate you forever," Vanessa said. "I can live with that. Thank you. For all of this. For being better than I deserved." I looked at her. Really looked at her. She'd been crying, happy tears this time, and her makeup was slightly smudged. She looked more real than I'd ever seen her. "I'm not better than you deserved," I said. "I'm just tired of being angry." "Are you? Tired of being angry?" "Getting there." She nodded slowly. "I need you to know something. I rewrote my vows 3 times because I kept thinking about what you said. About not losing myself trying to please Marcus's family. And in the final version, I promised to honor myself as much as I honor him. To never shrink myself to fit someone else's expectations." "Did you mean it?" "I'm going to try. Really try." She paused. "Will you help me remember? When I start slipping back into old patterns." "That's not my job." "I know. I'm asking anyway. As my sister." The word didn't hurt this time. Maybe because she'd finally earned the right to use it. "Yeah," I said. "I'll help you remember." We sat in comfortable silence, watching Marcus dance with his grandmother, watching the flower girl steal extra cake, watching our parents slow dance together with the ease of people who'd been married for 30 years. "I have something for you," Vanessa said suddenly. She reached under the table and pulled out a small wrap box. I was going to wait until later, but this feels like the right moment. I opened it carefully. Inside was a silver bracelet, simple and elegant, with a single charm, 2 interlinked circles. "It's not about being the same," Vanessa said quietly. "It's about being connected. Different, but together." I had it made 3 weeks ago. I turned it over in my hands. On the back of the charm, engraved in tiny letters, "Sisters." No qualifier needed. My throat went tight. "Vanessa, I know I can't fix everything with jewelry. I know I can't erase 20 years of me being awful. But I wanted you to have something that says I get it now. I finally get it." I put the bracelet on. It fit perfectly. "Thank you," I managed. "Also," she added, her tone shifting to something lighter, "I may have told 3 of my friends that you're the best event planner in the city and they all want to hire you for their weddings next year." I laughed despite the tears threatening to spill. "Was that before or after they saw your wedding?" "During. They kept asking who coordinated everything. I gave them your business cards." "You brought my business cards to your wedding?" "I brought 50. I've handed out maybe 20 so far. Consider it payment on top of the 25,000. Professional networking." "You're unbelievable." "I'm trying to make things right. In every way I can think of." The DJ announced the last dance. People started gathering on the floor, couples pairing off, friends grouping together. Vanessa stood and held out her hand. "Dance with me?" she asked. Not as planner and client. Not as half anything. Just as sisters. I took her hand. We danced to some sappy song about family and belonging, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I actually fit into mine. 3 months later, I got a text from Vanessa at 2 in the morning. "Are you awake?" I was, barely. Working on a proposal for a corporate client that was due in the morning. "Yes. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I just wanted to tell you something." "At 2 a.m.? Marcus's mom tried to convince me to uninvite you from Christmas." My stomach dropped. Even expecting something like this eventually, it still stung. "And?" "I told her if Grace isn't invited, neither am I. Marcus backed me up. We're hosting our own Christmas this year. You're coming, right?" I stared at my phone for a long moment, reading and rereading the message. "Right?" She texted again. "Please say yes. I'm making a ham. I've never made a ham before, but I bought a cookbook." "You're going to poison us all." "Probably. But we'll die together. As a family." I smiled in my empty apartment, at my desk covered in work documents, feeling something warm spread through my chest. "I'll bring dessert." "Thank you. Also, I'm sorry I texted so late. I was just lying here thinking about how I almost lost you over my own stupidity and I got anxious." "You didn't lose me." "I know. That's the miracle. Go back to work. Love you." She'd never said that before. Not to me. Not in all the years we've been sisters. "Love you too," I typed back. And I meant it. I wish I could say everything was perfect after that. That Vanessa and I became best friends overnight, that all the old wounds healed instantly, that Marcus's mother suddenly accepted me as part of the family. None of that happened. What did happen was smaller, quieter. Vanessa called me once a week, not because she needed something but because she wanted to talk. We had dinner every other Sunday. She came to my office to bring me lunch when I was swamped with work. I helped her navigate arguments with Marcus's mother, and she helped me workshop client proposals. We were learning how to be sisters. Real ones. Dad and I had coffee, finally, about 6 weeks after the wedding. He apologized for not speaking up at that brunch, for letting the blood relatives' comment stand. I froze, he admitted. I didn't know what to say that wouldn't make things worse. And then you left, and I realized my silence had already made things worse. You could have called me afterward, I said. I know. I was ashamed. I kept thinking about the day I adopted you, how I'd promised to be your real father in every way that mattered. And then when it came down to it, I didn't defend you. No, you didn't. He nodded, accepting the truth of it. I'm sorry. Genuinely sorry. And I'm proud of you for how you handled it. You were stronger than I was. I didn't feel strong. I felt petty. Sometimes petty and strong look the same from the outside. We talked for 2 hours, working through years of small moments where I'd felt like the outsider, where he could have said something and didn't. It wasn't comfortable. But it was honest. At the end, he hugged me and said, "You're my daughter. Not my adopted daughter. Not my stepdaughter. My daughter." I should have been saying that all along. Yeah, I agreed. You should have. But it meant something that he was saying it now. The check from Vanessa cleared, by the way. All $25,000, on time and without complaint. She also left me a 5-star review on every wedding site she could find, wrote me a glowing testimonial for my website, and continued to hand out my business cards at every social event she attended. I got 4 new clients directly from her referrals in the 3 months following her wedding. Stop, I told her when she tried to give my card to her dental hygienist. This is getting excessive. I'm making up for lost time, she said unapologetically. Let me help your business. You've already helped enough. Never enough. Not for what you did for me. You paid me. We're even. Money doesn't make us even. You gave me something back that I'd thrown away. That's not something you can put a price on. She was right, but I wasn't going to admit it. Marcus's mother never warmed to me. At Christmas dinner, which Vanessa somehow didn't poison us with, she was coldly polite and left early, claiming a headache. Vanessa called her later and they had a fight I only heard one side of, but it ended with Vanessa saying, "Grace is my sister and she's going to be at every family event we host. If you can't handle that, then maybe you should skip those events." It was the first time I'd heard Vanessa set that hard of a boundary with anyone. Marcus hugged her after she hung up, and I quietly excused myself to the kitchen to give them privacy. But I heard him say, "I'm proud of you," and I heard Vanessa cry a little, and I felt something settle in my chest. We were going to be okay. Not perfect. But okay. 6 months after the wedding, Vanessa called me on a Tuesday afternoon. "I have news," she said, and her voice was strange. Excited and scared at the same time. "What kind of news?" "I'm pregnant." The world seemed to stop for a moment. "Say something," she urged. "You're freaking me out with your silence." "I'm going to be an aunt." "Yeah. You are. And I'm going to be a mom, which is terrifying, and I immediately thought of calling you because you're good at planning things and babies need lots of planning, right?" I laughed. "That's not exactly how it works." "But you'll help me?" "Not as a planner. Just as my sister who knows how to handle chaos?" "Of course I'll help you." "And you'll be in the baby's life? Like, properly in their life? Because I want them to know their Aunt Grace, and I want them to grow up understanding that family is about love, not blood and..." "Vanessa. Breathe." She took a shaky breath. "Sorry. Pregnancy hormones are making me emotional." "You're like 5 minutes pregnant. That's not hormones. That's just fear." "Okay, fair. And yes, I'll be in their life. Properly. I promise." "Thank you." A pause. "Mom doesn't know yet. You're the first person I've told besides Marcus. That shouldn't have mattered as much as it did. But it did." "I'm honored," I said. "Your family," she corrected. "This is what family does." I'm writing this now, 9 months after that brunch where everything fell apart and started coming back together. Vanessa's baby is due in 4 weeks. She's asked me to be in the delivery room, and I said yes even though the idea terrifies me. Marcus's mother is still a problem. She'll always be a problem. But Vanessa has learned to set boundaries, and Marcus has learned to support her, and I've learned that you can't fix everyone. Dad and I have coffee every Thursday now. It's become our thing. Mom sends me articles about event planning that she finds online, which is her way of showing interest in my work. And Vanessa? Vanessa texts me constantly. Pregnancy updates, baby questions, random thoughts, pictures of tiny clothes that make her cry. She's asked me to help plan the nursery, not professionally but as someone with good taste and organizational skills who also happens to be the baby's aunt. I said yes to that too. We're not perfect. We still have moments where old patterns resurface, where I feel like the outsider and forgets to include me. But now we catch those moments. We talk about them. We try to do better. That's the thing they don't tell you about family. It's not about being perfect. It's about choosing to keep trying even when it's hard. Even when someone hurt you. Even when you hurt them back. I could have stayed angry. Part of me wanted to. Anger felt righteous and powerful and justified. But forgiveness, real, complicated, messy forgiveness, turns out to be more powerful than revenge could ever be. I got my $55,000 moment of satisfaction. I got to watch Vanessa panic and realize she needed me. I got to be the one with all the power for once. And then I chose to give that power up and help her anyway. Not because she deserved it. Not because it made us even. But because I was tired of measuring love in transactions and keeping score of who hurt whom worse. Sometimes being the bigger person isn't about proving you're better. It's about deciding that connection matters more than being right. Vanessa is my sister. Half, full, chosen, complicated, all of those things at once. And that's enough. The bracelet she gave me sits on my wrist right now as I type this. 2 circles, interlinked but separate. Different, but together. No qualifier needed. That's the truth I've learned. Family is what you make it, but you have to actually do the work of making it. You have to choose it every day, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. And sometimes, the person who hurt you is also the person who's trying to change. Sometimes, you get to decide whether to let them. I chose to let her. I don't know if that makes me strong or soft or foolish or wise. Maybe it's all of those things. But I know that when Vanessa's baby is born in 4 weeks, I'll be there. And I'll be Aunt Grace, no qualifiers, no conditions, no fine print. Just family. And honestly, after everything we've been through to get here, that feels like the best revenge of all. Not the kind that destroys. The kind that rebuilds something better than what was broken. Vanessa still owes me the second half of her payment, by the way. $12,500, due on delivery of final wedding photos and documentation. She tried to pay me early last week. I told her to put it toward the baby's college fund instead. But our contract, she started. Consider it my niece's first birthday gift, I interrupted. 18 years early. She cried. Again. She cries at everything now. But this time, I cried too. Not because I was hurt. Not because I was angry. Because sometimes, choosing family is the hardest and best thing you can do. And because despite everything, despite the pain and the exclusion and the blood relatives' only comment that nearly broke us, we figured it out. We're not perfect. We're not even close to perfect. But we're sisters. And this time, that's enough.
Story 4.
A silly TikTok trend saved my teenage daughter's life. And I almost scrolled right past it at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday while eating cold leftover pad thai in my bathrobe. I need you to understand something before I tell you the rest. I wasn't a bad mother. I checked Harper's grades, straight A's, always. I knew her friends, Becca and Mira, good girls, quiet like her. We had movie nights every Friday, even though she spent most of them looking at her phone while I pretended not to notice. I thought I was paying attention. I really did. I'm 42. Harper is 16. These details matter for what comes next. But here's the thing about paying attention, you can stare directly at something and still not see it. The TikTok video was one of those things the algorithm just serves you randomly, sandwiched between a recipe for air fryer salmon and someone's golden retriever learning to howl. A teenage girl explaining this hand signal, palm out, thumb tucked in, 4 fingers up, that you could make behind your back in photos or during video calls if you needed help. The hashtag signal for help trend. It was created for domestic violence situations, apparently. People trapped on Zoom calls with their abusers, needing a silent way to scream. I remember thinking it was sweet but kind of performative, you know? Like all those trends where people pretend to care about serious issues for 30 seconds before moving on to dance challenges. I double-tapped it anyway, felt vaguely good about myself, and kept scrolling. Then I couldn't sleep. It wasn't the video itself that kept me awake. It was this itch in my brain, this feeling like I'd seen something important and missed it. You know that sensation? Like when you walk into a room and forget why, except the room is your own life and you've forgotten to notice something crucial. At 1:30 a.m., I opened Instagram. I still had Harper's password from when she was 13 and we'd set up the account together. She didn't know I'd never deleted it from my phone's autofill. I'm not proud of this. Or maybe I am. I don't know anymore. I scrolled through her recent posts. Harper didn't post often, maybe once a week, always carefully curated. 3 days ago, a photo at the mall with Becca and Mira. All three girls smiling, holding bubble tea, the kind of generic teen photo that would make any parent think everything was fine. Except Harper's left hand was partially visible behind Becca's shoulder. Palm out. Thumb tucked in. The exact signal from the video. My pad thai came back up in my throat. I zoomed in, pinching the screen until the image pixelated. Her hand was definitely making the gesture. But her face was smiling. Relaxed. Normal. I stared at that photo for 20 minutes, my heart doing this awful hammering thing against my ribs. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe she was just making a weird hand position. Maybe I was being paranoid, the kind of helicopter parent I'd always sworn I wouldn't become. But her eyes. When I really looked at her eyes in that photo, they weren't smiling at all. I didn't sleep that night. I just kept looking at that hand, that signal, trying to convince myself it meant nothing while my gut told me everything was wrong. The next morning, Harper came down for breakfast in her volleyball practice gear. She'd always been slim, but lately, I'd noticed she looked thinner. Not concerning thin, I told myself. Healthy thin. Athletic thin. The kind of thin that comes from being 16 and playing sports 6 days a week. Hey, sweetie, I said, trying to sound casual while my coffee mug trembled slightly in my hand. Can we talk for a second? She was already at the counter, measuring out exactly 30 grams of granola into a bowl. When did she start weighing her food? The digital scale was new. I'd seen it last week and thought nothing of it. I'm going to be late for practice, Mom. It'll just take a minute. I was looking at your Instagram last night. Oh my gosh, are you stalking me now? She turned around and she was grinning. Actually grinning. That's so creepy, Mom. The photo from the mall. The one with Becca and Mira. Your hand. What about it? You were making this gesture. Like a signal. Behind Becca's back. Harper burst out laughing. It sounded genuine. It sounded like she thought I was being ridiculous. Are you talking about the help signal thing? Mom, that's literally just a TikTok trend. Everyone's doing it ironically now. It's like a joke. A joke. Yeah, like, oh no, save me from my boring life, that kind of thing. It's not serious. She rolled her eyes, but not meanly. Just like I was being adorably clueless about teen culture. Did you really zoom in on my photos looking for secret messages? That's actually kind of funny. I felt my face get hot. I just saw this video about it and you decided I must be in danger because I made a hand gesture? Mom, I'm fine. I'm great, actually. I'm probably in the best shape of my life. She lifted her shirt slightly, showing off her abs. They were very defined. Too defined, maybe, but what did I know about 16-year-old athletes? See? I've just been taking my fitness seriously. You should be proud. I am proud, honey. I'm always proud of you. Then stop stalking my Instagram and trust me, okay? She kissed my cheek, grabbed her pre-measured granola and a bottle of water, and headed for the door. Love you. See you tonight. Wait, do you have that study session with Dr. Chen after school? Yeah, every Wednesday, remember? He's helping me with my college essay about pursuing medicine. Right. That's really nice of him. He's amazing. Seriously, he's been more helpful than the school counselor ever was. The way she said it, there was something bright and brittle in her voice. He actually gets it, you know? He understands what it takes to be successful. Then she was gone, the door closing with a soft click that somehow sounded like an ending. I stood in my kitchen, holding my coffee, staring at that digital scale on the counter. 30 grams of granola. That's not even a quarter cup. When did she start measuring? Why hadn't I noticed? I opened the cabinet where I kept the tampons. The box had been there for 3 months, unopened. Harper had gotten her period when she was 13, regular as clockwork ever since. Until when? I tried to remember the last time she'd asked me to pick up supplies. 4 months ago, maybe. Or 5. The coffee mug slipped from my hand, shattering on the tile floor. I didn't clean it up for hours. I tried to go about my day normally. I had a client meeting at 10, then a presentation at 2. I'm a financial consultant. I help people see patterns in numbers, spot problems before they become catastrophes, plan for futures they can't quite imagine yet. I'm good at my job because I pay attention to details. Except when the details were my own daughter, apparently. During lunch, I pulled up that Instagram photo again. Studied it like I was analyzing a spreadsheet with a hidden formula error. Harper's smile was perfect, not too big, not too small, exactly the kind of smile teenagers practice in mirrors. Her pose was relaxed. Her outfit was cute. Everything screamed normal teenage mall trip. But that hand? I zoomed in on her face instead. She was looking at the camera, but her eyes had this quality, how do I describe it? Like she was looking past the lens, past whoever was taking the photo, past the moment itself. Like she was somewhere else entirely. Or like she was trying to be. I called the school. Asked to speak with a counselor, Ms. Patterson, whom I'd met during freshman orientation. Mrs. Torres, is everything all right? It's Ms. Torres, actually. The divorce was finalized 2 years ago. Right, I'm sorry. Is Harper okay? I don't know. That's why I'm calling. Has she seemed different to you lately? There was a pause. The kind of pause that people make when they're choosing their words carefully. Harper is one of our top students. Her teachers have nothing but positive things to say. But have you noticed anything? Anything at all? Another pause. Ms. Torres, is there a specific concern you'd like to discuss? How do you explain that your daughter made a hand gesture in a photo and you're falling apart over it? How do you tell someone that you can't remember the last time you heard your daughter's real laugh, the kind that comes from her belly instead of her throat? She's been seeing Dr. Chen, I said instead. For college essay help. Weekly sessions. Is that normal? Dr. Chen is wonderful, Ms. Patterson said, and her voice warmed considerably. He volunteers with our student athletes on performance nutrition. Several of our volleyball girls have worked with him. He's very dedicated, he even gives them his personal cell number for health questions. Harper is lucky to have that kind of mentorship. Right. Lucky. Ms. Torres, if you don't mind me saying, Harper mentioned that the transition to junior year has been stressful for her. And the divorce, while it happened 2 years ago, is something teenagers continue to process. Is it possible that you're projecting some of your own anxiety onto her behavior? The words hit like a slap. Projecting. It's completely natural for single parents to worry more. You're doing a wonderful job. Harper is thriving. Sometimes we have to trust that our children are becoming independent, capable young adults. I thanked her and hung up. Then I sat in my car in the parking garage of my office building and cried for 15 minutes, which made me late for my 2 o'clock presentation. That night, Harper didn't come home until almost 8. The study session with Dr. Chen had run late. How was it? I asked, trying to keep my voice light as she walked past me to the kitchen. Good. Really productive. She opened the refrigerator, pulled out a container of pre-cut vegetables, and started weighing them on the scale. What are you making for dinner? This is dinner. 60 grams of bell peppers. 40 grams of cucumber. That's not dinner, honey. That's a snack. I had a protein shake after practice. I'm not hungry. She arranged the vegetables on a plate with the kind of precision I use when preparing client reports. Dr. Chen says I'm making incredible progress. Progress toward what? She looked at me then, and something flickered across her face. Annoyance, maybe. Or fear. It was gone before I could identify it. Toward my goals, Mom. Toward being the best version of myself. You're already the best version of yourself. You don't get it. She picked up her plate, headed toward the stairs. You've never gotten it. You don't know what it takes. Takes for what? But she was already gone, her bedroom door closing with that same soft click that sounded like an ending. I stood in the kitchen, looking at the digital scale. The refrigerator hummed. Upstairs, I could hear the sound of Harper's feet on the carpet, pacing. Back and forth, back and forth. She was exercising. I realized she was doing lunges in her bedroom. It was 8:30 p.m. She'd had volleyball practice from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Study session with Dr. Chen from 5:30 to 7:30. And now she was exercising more. I opened the cabinet under the sink and pulled out the bathroom scale, the one I'd stopped using after the divorce because seeing the numbers made me feel worse about myself. I carried it upstairs and stood outside Harper's closed door, listening to her breathing, sharp, controlled, counting under her breath. Then I went to my own room, stepped on the scale, and looked at the number. I'd gained 18 pounds since the divorce. 18 pounds that made my work clothes fit wrong, that made me avoid looking at myself in dressing room mirrors, that made me decline the few second dates I'd been offered because who would want to date someone who'd let themselves go like this? Dr. Chen probably weighed Harper at their sessions. Probably praised her for every lost pound. Probably told her she was doing great, making incredible progress, becoming the best version of herself. I stepped off the scale and caught my reflection in the mirror. When did I get so tired looking? When did these lines appear around my mouth? When did I stop paying attention to anything that mattered? I couldn't let it go. You know how it is when something gets under your skin and just burrows there, laying eggs, multiplying into 1,000 tiny anxieties that eat you from the inside out? That's what Harper's hand signal became for me. Over the next week, I watched her like she was a stranger I was studying for a psychological profile. I noticed things I'd been explaining away for months. She weighed every single thing she ate. Every grape. Every cracker. She logged it all in a notebook, a neat, small handwriting that looked like it was trying to disappear. She exercised twice a day, sometimes 3 times. Before school, after practice, before bed. Lunges, squats, planks, counting under her breath like a prayer. Her hair was thinning. Not dramatically, but when I looked closely, I could see more scalp than I should have. When had that started? She was always cold. It was September in Connecticut, not even that cool yet, but she wore hoodies constantly, wrapped in them like armor. And every Wednesday, she had her study session with Dr. Chen. On the 8th day after I first saw that Instagram photo, I made an appointment to meet with Dr. Chen myself. I called his office, a small private practice in a nice part of town, and said I wanted to discuss Harper's college recommendation letter. He'd offered to write her one, apparently. Harper had told me this weeks ago and I'd thought it was generous. Now I wasn't sure what I thought. His office was in a renovated colonial house, the kind that looks like it could be featured in Connecticut magazine. The waiting room smelled like lavender and had one of those sound machines that plays fake water noises. There were plants everywhere, all of them healthy and perfectly trimmed. Dr. Chen came out to greet me himself. He was probably in his mid-40s, attractive in that way that doctors often are, clean, symmetrical, expensive haircut, good teeth. He wore designer glasses and a watch that cost more than my car payment. "Miss Torres, so wonderful to finally meet in person," he said, shaking my hand with exactly the right amount of firmness. "Harper speaks so highly of you. Thank you for taking the time." His office was just as pristine as the waiting room. Everything in its place. The desk had nothing on it except a closed laptop and a single fountain pen. The bookshelf behind him displayed medical texts arranged by color. Even his plants were coordinated, all white pots, all green leaves, no flowers. Something about the perfection made my skin crawl. "I wanted to talk about Harper's college plans," I started, sitting in the chair he gestured to. It was one of those ergonomic things that forced perfect posture. "And about the recommendation letter." "Of course. Harper is an exceptional young woman. Truly exceptional." He leaned back in his own chair, completely relaxed. "I've been so impressed by her dedication. Not many 16-year-olds have that level of discipline." There was that word again. Discipline. "She mentioned you've been helping her with her college essay. Among other things. We've developed quite a comprehensive wellness program for her. She came to me 6 months ago after we met at the school health fair. She was interested in pursuing medicine and wanted guidance on building a strong application profile." He smiled. "But more importantly, she wanted to optimize her health and performance. She was very dissatisfied with her body composition, her energy levels, her focus. We've been working on all of that." "Working on it how?" "Oh, standard protocols. Nutrition planning, exercise optimization, stress management. The kind of holistic approach that colleges love to see in applicants, especially for pre-med programs." He pulled out a binder from his desk drawer. "I've been having Harper keep a wellness journal. It's part of our work together. Would you like to see?" He handed it to me. The cover was plain black, no identifying marks. Inside, Harper's handwriting filled page after page. Monday, 1,200 calories. 90 minutes exercise. Weight, 112 pounds. Dr. Chen says I'm making progress. Tuesday, 1,150 calories. 2 hours exercise. Weight, 111.5 pounds, so close to goal. Wednesday, 1,100 calories. 2.5 hours exercise. Weight, 111 pounds. Dr. Chen is proud of me. The entries went back months. In the earliest ones, Harper's weight was 128 pounds. Over the course of 6 months, I watched her shrink on paper. 17 pounds. Nearly 20 if you counted the most recent entry. My hands started shaking. This is a starvation diary. Excuse me? You've been coaching my daughter to starve herself. Dr. Chen's expression didn't change. He looked at me with the kind of patient concern you'd give a hysterical person. Ms. Torres, I understand you're going through a difficult time. Harper mentioned the divorce, the stress you've been under. Don't you dare. This is a wellness journal. Harper came to me because she wanted to take control of her health. She was eating erratically, not sleeping well, stressed about college. Everything we've done has been to help her develop sustainable, healthy habits. He gestured to the journal. As you can see, she's been eating plenty. 1,200 calories is within normal range for a teenage girl. She's 16. She plays volleyball 6 days a week. She should be eating twice that. With respect, Ms. Torres, I'm the medical professional here. And Harper is my patient. Our sessions are confidential, but I'm showing you this because I want you to understand that your daughter is flourishing. She's focused, disciplined, achieving her goals. She's disappearing. She's transforming. There's a difference. He closed the journal, his fingers lingering on the cover. Harper is exceptionally mature for her age. She understands that excellence requires sacrifice. Not all mothers can accept when their daughters surpass them. The words landed like acid. What did you just say to me? I simply mean that sometimes parents struggle when their children become more disciplined than they are. It can feel threatening. Harper mentioned you've gained some weight recently, that you've been struggling with your own body image since the divorce. I stood up so fast the ergonomic chair rolled backward. You've been discussing my weight with my daughter? Harper discusses her concerns with me. I'm her doctor and her mentor. She trusts me. He stood too, still calm, still in control. I'm only trying to help you understand that your anxiety about Harper's health may be projection. Perhaps you should consider therapy for yourself. I can recommend someone excellent. I wanted to throw something. I wanted to scream. Instead, I grabbed my purse and walked out, my legs shaking so badly I could barely make it to my car. In the parking lot, I sat behind the wheel and tried to breathe. My phone buzzed, a text from Harper. Dr. Chen said you stopped by. Why are you trying to ruin this for me? Another buzz. He's the only one who understands. You're just jealous. The word jealous sat in my chest like a stone. Because there was a grain of truth in it, wasn't there? I had gained weight. I did feel bad about myself. I did sometimes look at Harper's discipline and feel inferior. But that didn't mean she was okay. That didn't mean I was wrong. I spent that night in a rabbit hole of Google searches. Doctor inappropriate boundaries teenager. Medical grooming. Warning signs predatory physician. The results were more disturbing than I'd imagined. Pages and pages of similar stories, respected professionals, trusted authority figures, using their positions to manipulate young patients. The patterns were sickeningly familiar, isolating the victim, creating dependency, framing abuse as care or mentorship, gaslighting concerned family members. Around midnight, I found myself on Reddit in a true crime community. I'd lurked there before, guilty pleasure reading during sleepless nights, but I'd never posted. Now I typed out our story, changing names, keeping details vague. I described Dr. Chen's behavior, Harper's deterioration, the journal, the gaslighting, the helplessness I felt. I hit post before I could overthink it. Within an hour, I had 15 responses. Most were supportive, urging me to call the police, contact the medical board, document everything. But then a private message arrived. I think I know who you're talking about. Can we talk? The sender's username was just numbers and letters, clearly a throwaway account. I hesitated, this could be anyone, could be dangerous. But I clicked on the message anyway. My name is Leah. I was Dr. Chen's patient 7 years ago, in Massachusetts. If this is the same person, your daughter is in serious danger. My hands went numb. I replied, can you call me? 30 seconds later, my phone rang. Leah's voice was young but tired, like she'd spent years being exhausted. I saw your post. The details, the wellness journal, the way he talks about discipline, the way he isolates girls from their mothers. That's him. That's exactly him. Tell me what happened. I was 15. I met him at a sports medicine clinic. I was a gymnast, struggling with an injury. He offered to help me with recovery and nutrition. Just like Harper, he made me feel special. Like he was the only one who understood what it took to be great. She paused, and I heard her breathing, steadying herself. He weighed me every session. Gave me meal plans that were basically starvation. Prescribed supplements that were actually appetite suppressants and diuretics. He told me my mother was jealous, that she was holding me back. That's exactly what he said to me. It always escalates, Leah continued. First it's just the diet and exercise. Then it's taking photos to track progress. Then it's examinations that aren't quite necessary. Then it's, her voice broke. He never quite crossed the legal line. He's too smart for that. But by the end, I weighed 87 pounds. I had 3 stress fractures. My period stopped for a year. And I defended him through all of it because I thought he was helping me. What made you realize? I collapsed during a competition. Heart arrhythmia from electrolyte imbalance. In the hospital, a nurse asked me questions about my diet, my doctor, my supplements. She looked at my medical records and her face just changed. She got the social worker involved. That's when I found out what he'd been doing wasn't medicine. It was something else. What happened to him? Nothing. My parents tried to file a complaint with the medical board, but he documented everything so carefully. Made it look like he was just an attentive doctor with a difficult patient. My mother was labeled as hysterical. He moved to Connecticut 6 months later and kept practicing. Another pause. I'm not the only one. There were 2 other girls from that practice. We found each other eventually. We're all messed up in different ways. We all still hear his voice in our heads, telling us we're making progress, telling us we're special. Is there any way to stop him? Not through official channels. We tried. The system protects doctors like him, credentials, reputation, careful documentation. As long as he stays just barely on the legal side, he can keep moving, keep finding new girls. Her voice hardened. But there are other ways. Informal networks. Survivor groups. We track him. Warn people. Sometimes we intervene. I need help, I said. I need to get Harper away from him before it's too late. I know. Let me make some calls. We'll figure this out. After we hung up, I went to Harper's Instagram again. Scrolled back through 6 months of photos. In the early ones, her face was fuller, her smile easier. As the timeline progressed, I watched her shrink. Not just physically, something in her eyes was dimming. The light was going out. And then I found them. 4 photos over the course of 3 weeks where her hand was visible, making the signal. 4 times my daughter had been screaming silently. 4 times I'd almost noticed. Leah put me in touch with 2 other survivors, Morgan and Jade, both now in their early 20s, both still carrying the damage from their time with Dr. Chen. We formed a group chat, started compiling evidence. Morgan had kept copies of her old medical records and the supplements Dr. Chen had prescribed, prescription-strength diuretics and a stimulant usually used for ADHD, both used off-label to suppress appetite. She'd saved them for years, not quite knowing why, just feeling like someday she might need proof. Jade had photos. Hundreds of them. Progress photos Dr. Chen had taken of her body during their sessions, stored in a cloud drive she'd forgotten existed. Looking at them made me physically ill, a 14-year-old girl in her underwear, being documented and measured like a science experiment by a man in his 40s. He called it professional documentation, Jade explained during one of our late-night calls. Said it was standard medical practice. I believed him because why wouldn't I? He was a doctor. Meanwhile, I continued documenting Harper. I set up the cloud backup on her phone that she didn't know about, captured screenshots of her text messages with Dr. Chen. They were carefully worded, nothing explicitly illegal, but the undertone was unmistakable. You're so much stronger than other people your age. They wouldn't understand what we're building together. Your mother called me today. She seems very anxious. We might need to limit what we share with her about our sessions. Remember, excellence requires isolation sometimes. The people who love us don't always understand what we need. I also started pulling Harper's medical records. As her legal guardian, I could still access them. What I found made me want to break things. Dr. Chen wasn't Harper's assigned pediatrician. She'd requested him specifically after meeting him at that school health fair, listed him as her primary care provider without telling me. For 6 months, he'd been her sole medical contact. And he'd been prescribing her medication. The same supplements Morgan had taken, dangerous combinations that had no legitimate medical purpose beyond weight loss. He was medicating my daughter without my consent, without proper monitoring, without care for the consequences. Harper's weight at her last visit, 107 pounds. She was 5 feet 7 inches. BMI of 16.7. Clinically underweight, approaching severely underweight. Her potassium levels were low. Her heart rate was 52 bpm, bradycardia, a sign of starvation. Her period had stopped, which her records euphemistically called amenorrhea. My daughter was dying in slow motion, documented in careful medical terminology that made it sound like a treatment plan instead of systematic destruction. I tried to pull Harper from Dr. Chen's care. Made an appointment with a new pediatrician, told Harper we were switching doctors. She refused to go. "You can't make me," she said, standing in the kitchen with her arms crossed, her collarbones jutting out like broken wings. "I'm 16. I can choose my own doctor." "Not without my permission, you can't." "Actually, in Connecticut, I can." I looked it up. Minors 16 and up can consent to routine medical care. She smiled, but it wasn't her smile. It was something Dr. Chen had taught her. "You can't control me anymore, Mom. I'm finally making my own decisions. Harper, please. He's not helping you. You're sick." "I'm not sick. I'm disciplined." "There's a difference." She grabbed her water bottle. She was always drinking water now, constantly, desperately, and headed for the stairs. "If you keep trying to sabotage this, I'm going to call Dad. Ask if I can live with him." The threat landed like she knew it would. Her father, my ex-husband, had remarried last year to someone younger and more put together than me. He'd moved to Boston, saw Harper once a month if we were lucky, sent child support checks but not much else. If Harper called him now, told him I was being crazy and controlling, he'd probably believe her. He'd always taken the path of least resistance. I was alone in this. Or I thought I was, until Leah called me the next day. "We're ready," she said. "We've got enough for the medical board. Morgan's records, Jade's photos, your documentation of Harper's deterioration and the inappropriate prescriptions. Plus we found his old complaint files, they were dismissed but they're on record. Pattern of behavior across 3 states. Will it be enough?" It should be. Medical boards take prescription irregularities seriously. And with 3 complainants plus an active case, Harper won't testify against him. She still thinks he's helping her. She doesn't have to. We have enough without her cooperation. Leah paused. "But Maya, you need to prepare yourself. Even if the board opens an investigation, he might run. These guys always run when they feel the walls closing in. I don't care if he runs. I just need Harper away from him." "That's not how it works. If he runs, he'll pop up somewhere else, find new girls. We need to stop him for good." But I didn't care about stopping him for good. I didn't care about justice or future victims or doing the right thing for society. I just wanted my daughter back. I'm ashamed of that now, but it was the truth. The confrontation happened on a Wednesday night, after Harper's session with Dr. Chen. She came home later than usual, almost 9 o'clock. I was waiting in the living room with every light on, my laptop open, evidence printed out in neat stacks. "Harper, sit down." "Mom, I'm tired." "Sit down. Now." Something in my voice must have been different because she sat. She looked so small on the couch, wrapped in a hoodie 3 sizes too big, her face all angles and shadows. I showed her the medical records. The prescriptions. The text messages I'd captured. The testimony from Leah, Morgan, and Jade, 3 other girls who'd been exactly where she was now. Harper listened in silence, her face getting paler and paler. When I finished, she was shaking. "He was helping me," she whispered. "No, honey. He was hurting you. I'm finally good at something. I'm finally in control." "You're not in control." "He is. He's been controlling everything, what you eat, how you move, how you think about yourself." I moved to sit beside her, but she flinched away. "Harper, you've lost 21 pounds in 6 months. Your heart rate is dangerously low. Your period stopped. These are signs of starvation, not health. I wanted this. He didn't make me do anything." That's what grooming is. It makes you think you want it. It makes you defend the person hurting you. My voice cracked. "Baby, you've been making that help signal in your photos for weeks. Part of you knows something is wrong." Her face crumpled. I thought someone would notice. I thought, she covered her face with her hands, and I could see every bone in her wrists. I thought you would notice. The words broke something in me that I don't think will ever fully heal. I'm noticing now. I see you now. And we're going to fix this. I don't know if I can stop. Even if I wanted to, I don't know how anymore. We'll figure it out together. But first, you're not seeing Dr. Chen again. He's going to be angry. I don't care. Let him be angry. You're done with him. Harper started crying, real crying, the kind that sounds like something breaking, and finally let me hold her. She felt like bird bones and fear, my disappearing daughter, and I held her as tightly as I dared. The next morning, I filed a formal complaint with the state medical board. Leah, Morgan, and Jade all submitted their testimony. We included Harper's medical records, the inappropriate prescriptions, the text messages, the pattern of behavior documented across 3 states and 7 years. The medical board acknowledged receipt of our complaint. Said they'd open an investigation. Said these things take time. That afternoon, I got a call from Harper's school. She'd collapsed during volleyball practice. Paramedics were taking her to the hospital. I drove 90 miles an hour, ran every light I could. Found Harper in the emergency room, hooked up to an IV, her face the color of paper. The doctor was young, probably not long out of residency. She looked exhausted and angry. Your daughter is severely malnourished. Her potassium level is 2.8, normal is 3.5 to 5.0. Any lower and she could have gone into cardiac arrest. She's going to be okay? Physically, with treatment, yes. But Ms. Torres, this is serious. She has a severe eating disorder. She needs intensive treatment. I know. I've been trying to get her help. She tells me she's been seeing a physician for weight management. A Dr. Chen? The name made me flinch. He's been coaching her to starve herself. I filed a complaint with a medical board yesterday. The doctor's expression shifted. Dr. Chen. Does he practice in the East Side? Yes. Do you know him? I've seen 3 girls in the last year with similar presentations. All of them were his patients. She looked toward Harper's room. I flagged it to my supervisor, but by the time we tried to follow up, 2 of the families had declined further investigation. The 3rd girl's parents moved her to another state for treatment. He's still practicing. Men like him usually are. They're careful. They document everything just right. They know exactly where the legal lines are and they dance right up to them without crossing. She pulled out a business card, wrote something on the back. This is the name of the best eating disorder treatment program in Connecticut. Your daughter needs residential care. Her vitals are stable now, but she's not safe to go home. Not yet. Harper stayed in the hospital for 5 days. They fed her through IV, monitored her heart, slowly reintroduced solid food. I stayed with her every night, sleeping in a chair that made my back ache, watching her chest rise and fall, terrified each time that it might stop. On the 3rd day, Harper finally talked about Dr. Chen. He made me feel special, she said, staring at the ceiling. Like I was capable of amazing things if I just tried hard enough. If I just had enough discipline. You are capable of amazing things. Not the right things, apparently. Not according to him. There was always another goal, another pound to lose, another hour of exercise to add. And if I complained or said I was tired, he'd get this look on his face. Disappointed. Like I was letting him down. She turned to face me, and her eyes were hollowed out. I couldn't stand that look. I'd do anything to avoid it. That's not mentorship, honey. That's manipulation. I kept making the signal in photos because part of me knew. I knew something was wrong. But I couldn't admit it to myself because then I'd have to admit I'd been stupid. That I'd let this happen. You weren't stupid. You were vulnerable, and he exploited that. That's on him, not you. I should have told you sooner. I should have noticed sooner. We sat in silence, in the hospital room that smelled like antiseptic and failure, 2 people who'd failed each other in different ways, trying to figure out how to move forward. On the 5th day, I got a call from the medical board investigator. Ms. Torres, we've attempted to contact Dr. Chen for an interview regarding your complaint. His office is closed. His apartment is vacant. His medical license shows an address change request filed yesterday to Oregon. My hands went numb. He left. We're working with Oregon's medical board to flag his license there, but the investigation will be complicated now that he's out of state. I'm sorry. We're doing everything we can. After I hung up, I just sat in the hospital hallway, staring at nothing. He was gone. He'd hurt my daughter, almost killed her, and he was just gone. Moving to another state, another practice, another set of vulnerable teenage girls who would think they were lucky to have such a dedicated doctor. I called Leah. "We know," she said before I could speak. "We're tracking him. He's already set up a new practice in Portland. Sports medicine clinic, same setup as before. We've been posting warnings in local parent groups, flagging his name on medical review sites. It's not much, but it's something. It's not enough. No. It's not. But it's all we have." That night, I went through Harper's room while she slept in the hospital. I was looking for the journal, the one Dr. Chen had shown me in his office. I needed to see the whole thing, understand the full scope of what he'd done. I found it in the back of Harper's closet, hidden under a stack of old volleyball uniforms. The entries went back further than I'd thought, 8 months, not 6. The early ones were almost cheerful, full of hope and determination. Harper writing about her goals, her dreams, her desire to be better. Then, slowly, the entries changed. The handwriting got smaller, more controlled. The tone shifted from hopeful to desperate. By the end, the entries were just numbers, calories, weight, hours of exercise. No thoughts, no feelings. Just data. But tucked in the back of the journal, I found something else. A piece of paper, folded small, covered in Harper's handwriting. Things I'm afraid to say out loud. I'm so tired. I'm always cold. I can't remember the last time I wasn't hungry. I think about food every single second. My hair is falling out. I lie to Mom about everything. I know this is wrong, but I can't stop. I'm scared of Dr. Chen, but also scared of disappointing him. I made the help signal 4 times. I thought someone would notice. I thought Mom would notice. Why didn't anyone notice? I sat on Harper's bedroom floor, holding that piece of paper, and cried until I couldn't breathe. My daughter had been screaming silently for weeks, and I'd been too distracted, too trusting, too afraid of conflict to hear her. Harper was transferred to the residential eating disorder treatment program 5 days later. It was a beautiful facility in a converted estate, all windows and natural light, nothing like the psychiatric hospitals you see in movies. But it was still a place where they locked the bathrooms after meals and monitored every bite of food and searched rooms for hidden exercise equipment. Harper would be there for at least 3 months, possibly 6. "I'm scared," she said the day I dropped her off, standing in the lobby with a duffel bag and her favorite stuffed elephant from childhood. "I know, baby. But you're also brave." "I don't feel brave. I feel broken." "Broken things can heal. They just need time and the right help." We hugged, and I could feel her crying against my shoulder, and I wanted to take her home, protect her, keep her safe. But keeping her home was what had almost killed her. Sometimes love means letting professionals do what you can't. I visited 3 times a week. Sat with Harper in the common room, played board games, avoided talking about food or weight or Dr. Chen. Some days she was angry, at me, at herself, at the unfairness of having to relearn how to eat. Some days she was just sad, grieving the control she thought she'd had, the version of herself she thought she was building. Dr. Chen kept a journal, she told me during one visit, about a month into her treatment. I found it in his office once, when I was waiting for him. It was full of notes about his patients. About me and other girls. He'd rate us. Compare our progress. Write about which of us was most dedicated, most disciplined, most successful. My stomach turned. Harper. I was his favorite. He wrote that I was his most successful case yet. That I had the most potential. She laughed, but it was bitter. I was so proud when I read it. I thought it meant I was special. Now I realize I was just the one starving fastest. Did you tell your therapist about the journal? Yeah. She contacted the medical board, but Dr. Chen's gone. The journal's gone. It's just my word, and apparently that's not enough. She picked at the sleeve of her sweatshirt. He's in Oregon now. Probably doing the same thing to some other girl. And I can't stop him because I was too stupid to see what was happening. You weren't stupid, Harper. You were 16 and manipulated by someone who'd spent years perfecting his tactics. That's not your fault. Then whose fault is it? His. Only his. And mine, for not seeing it sooner. I made the signal, Mom. 4 times. In photos where I knew you'd see them. That was my fault. No. That was you being brilliant. That was you finding a way to ask for help when you couldn't say the words out loud. Harper looked at me, and for the first time in months, I saw something like hope in her eyes. You really think that TikTok trend saved my life? I know it did. 3 months became 4, then 5. Harper made progress, slowly, painfully, with setbacks and breakthroughs and days where she wanted to give up. Her weight came back. Her period returned. The light in her eyes started to flicker on again, uncertain but there. Family therapy was the hardest part. Sitting in a room with a therapist who asked questions I didn't want to answer. Questions about my own body image, my divorce, the ways I'd failed to see my daughter's suffering. The therapist was kind but relentless, making me confront the uncomfortable truths I'd been avoiding. Yes, I'd been distracted by my own problems. Yes, I'd been too eager to trust Dr. Chen because it was easier than questioning him. Yes, I'd wanted to be Harper's friend instead of her parent because I was lonely and afraid of losing her. Yes, I'd failed her. But you also saved her, the therapist said. You saw the signal. You investigated. You took action. You got her here. That counts for something. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does. That's the nature of parental guilt. But Harper is alive. She's recovering. That's because of you. I wanted to believe her. Some days I almost did. Harper came home after 6 months. Not fully recovered, eating disorders don't work like that, but stable. Committed to her recovery. Willing to keep trying. We've been preparing for this day, making plans, establishing routines. No scales in the house. Structured meal times. Weekly therapy appointments. A safety plan for when things got hard. It feels weird to be home, Harper said, standing in her bedroom doorway. Like everything's the same but also completely different. That's because you're different. You're seeing things clearly now. Sometimes I miss him, she admitted quietly. Dr. Chen. Not him, exactly, but the feeling he gave me. Like I was in control of something. Like I was working towards something important. That's normal. Healing isn't linear. I know. My therapist says that constantly. She smiled a little. I've been thinking about the photos. The ones where I made the signal. I was so angry when you didn't notice right away. But now I think maybe I made it too subtle on purpose. Like I wanted to be saved but also didn't want to admit I needed saving. The human brain is complicated. Yeah. She moved into her room, started unpacking. Mom? Can I ask you something? Anything. Do you still have that Instagram photo? The first one where I made the signal? I do. Do you want me to delete it? No. I think I want to keep it. As a reminder. Of what? She turned to look at me, and she was still too thin, still fragile, but there was steel in her spine that hadn't been there before. That even when I couldn't save myself, I was trying. That some part of me knew I deserved better. That I found a way to ask for help, even when I couldn't say the words. We developed new routines. Breakfast together before school, Harper ate now, really ate, even on hard days. Dinner at 6, no phones at the table. Movie nights on Fridays, where we actually watch the movie instead of pretending to while lost in our own worlds. Harper deferred college for a year. Decided to focus on recovery, on figuring out who she was without Dr. Chen's voice in her head telling her who to be. She got a part-time job at a bookstore, started hanging out with Becca and Mira again, slowly rebuilt her life. I went to therapy too. Worked on my own issues, the divorce guilt, the body image struggles, the fear of being alone. Learned that I couldn't protect Harper from everything, but I could show up and pay attention and admit when I was wrong. Some days were harder than others. Days when Harper looked at herself in the mirror and I could see the old thoughts creeping back in. Days when I found myself obsessively checking her Instagram, looking for signals, unable to trust that she was okay. But we were trying. That had to count for something. 6 months after Harper came home, I got a message from Leah. Dr. Chen was arrested in Oregon. 3 new complaints, evidence of prescription fraud. It's not much, but it's something. Thought you'd want to know. I showed Harper the message. We sat together on the couch, staring at the screen. Do they need me to testify? Harper asked. I don't know. Would you want to? I think so. Maybe. I don't know. She leaned against me. Is it bad that I feel relieved he's in trouble but also kind of empty? Like I thought I'd feel vindicated or something, but I just feel tired. That's not bad. That's honest. I keep thinking about other girls. The ones he might have hurt if he hadn't been caught. Did we save them? Or did we just delay it until next time? I don't know, honey. I hope we saved them. We sat in silence. Outside, I could hear neighborhood kids playing, probably filming TikToks, living their normal teenage lives. The sound used to make me anxious, all those kids on their phones, all those dangers I couldn't see. Now it just sounded like life happening. Harper's phone buzzed. She checked it, smiled a little. Becca wants to know if I can go to the movies tonight. Do you want to? Yeah. I think I do. Then go. Have fun. Text me when you get there. After Harper left, I found myself pulling up that Instagram photo again. The one from the mall, from 9 months ago, from what felt like a lifetime ago. Harper smiling, looking happy, her hand making the signal behind Becca's shoulder. I zoomed in on her face. Studied her eyes, the set of her mouth, the tension in her shoulders that I'd missed the first time. All the signs I'd explained away or ignored. Then I zoomed in on her hand. Palm out, thumb tucked in, 4 fingers up. Such a simple gesture. Such a quiet way to scream. I thought about the TikTok video that had appeared on my phone at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday while I was eating leftover pad thai. The algorithm serving me exactly what I needed to see exactly when I needed to see it. 30 seconds that had saved my daughter's life. People talk about divine intervention, about fate, about things happening for a reason. I don't know if I believe in any of that. But I believe in the weird, random, inexplicable ways that technology connects us. I believe in teenagers creating trends that actually matter. I believe in the power of one person seeing a signal and deciding to pay attention. I believe my daughter is alive because she found a way to ask for help and I finally learned how to listen. A year later, Harper started college. Local, like she'd wanted, so she could stay close to her treatment team. She was studying psychology, wanted to understand what had happened to her, wanted to help other people who'd been through similar things. I'm thinking about doing a project on medical grooming, she told me during one of our weekly coffee dates. Interview survivors, document patterns, maybe create educational materials for parents and teens. That sounds intense. Are you sure you're ready? I don't know if I'll ever be ready. But I want to do it anyway. She stirred her latte, full fat milk, whipped cream, chocolate drizzle, all things she couldn't have touched a year ago. Dr. Chen is still in jail in Oregon. His medical license is suspended. But there are so many others like him. And most of them never get caught. You can't save everyone, Harper. I know. But maybe I can help someone recognize the signs. Maybe some mother will read my research and realize her daughter's dedicated doctor is actually a predator. Maybe some girl will see herself in the stories and realize she needs help. She looked at me. That's worth it, right? Yeah, baby. That's worth it. We sat in comfortable silence. I watched Harper eat her chocolate croissant without counting calories, without guilt, just enjoying food like a normal person. It had taken months of therapy to get here, and she still had hard days, but she was healing. My phone buzzed, a TikTok notification. I'd started following the hashtag Signal for Help account, watching their videos, learning about the other lives the signal had helped save. Dozens of stories, maybe hundreds. People trapped in abusive situations who couldn't speak up, who found a silent way to scream. Do you ever look at that photo anymore? Harper asked. The one from the mall? Sometimes. Do you? Yeah. I have it saved on my phone. She pulled it up, showed me. She'd zoomed in on her own hand, making the signal. My therapist says I should be proud of this. That even in my worst moment, some part of me was fighting to survive. Your therapist is right. I made the signal 4 times before you noticed. I was so angry about that. But now I think, 4 chances. I gave you 4 chances, and you took one of them. You saw me. That's what matters. I reached across the table, took her hand. I see you now. Every day. I promise. I know, Mom. I know. Sometimes I still can't sleep. On those nights, I find myself doom scrolling TikTok, watching the endless stream of content. Dance challenges, cooking hacks, teenage drama, life advice from strangers. Most of it is silly. Performative. Ultimately meaningless. But sometimes, buried in the algorithm, there's something that matters. Someone sharing information that could save a life. A trend that started as a joke but became something real. A 30-second video that appears at exactly the right moment for exactly the right person. I think about the timing of it all. If I'd gone to bed 30 seconds earlier. If I'd scrolled past that video without watching. If Harper had never learned about the signal, never made it in those photos, never found a way to ask for help when words wouldn't come. I think about how close we came to losing everything. The smell of hospital antiseptic still makes my stomach turn. It means both the place Harper nearly died and the place she was finally saved. It means the worst moment of my life and the beginning of healing. Some smells carry too much weight to ever be neutral again. I keep a screenshot of that first Instagram photo in a folder on my phone. Not to punish myself, though sometimes it feels like that. But to remember. To stay vigilant. To never again be so distracted by my own life that I miss my daughters. Harper is 20 now. She's thriving, real thriving, not the fake kind Dr. Chen sold her. She has friends, hobbies, a boyfriend who respects her boundaries. She still sees her therapist weekly. She still has hard days. But she's alive, and she's healing, and she's helping others heal too. Her research project turned into a senior thesis that won awards. She's applying to graduate programs in clinical psychology. She wants to specialize in treating adolescent eating disorders and medical trauma. I'm going to help other girls like me, she told me recently. Girls who trust the wrong person. Girls who can't find the words to ask for help. Girls who think they're making themselves better when really they're disappearing. You're going to be amazing at it. I hope so. Because I remember what it felt like. To be trapped. To know something was wrong but not be able to explain it. To make a silent signal and hope someone would see. She smiled. Someone did see. You saw. That's why I'm still here. But here's what I can't tell Harper, not yet. I almost didn't see. I almost dismissed it as a coincidence, a strange hand position, teenage drama. I almost went to bed without paying attention to that nagging feeling in my gut. I was one scroll away from losing her forever. Sometimes I lie awake thinking about all the parents who didn't see. All the daughters still making silent signals that no one notices. All the predators who hide behind credentials and respectability, slowly destroying vulnerable kids while everyone trusts them because they're doctors, coaches, teachers, mentors. I think about Dr. Chen, whether he's still in jail or back out there somewhere, finding new victims. I think about the system that protected him for years, that made it so hard to stop him even when we had evidence. I think about Harper's journal entry. I thought someone would notice. I thought Mom would notice. Why didn't anyone notice? That question haunts me more than anything else. Because the answer is that I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted, overwhelmed, afraid of conflict, too trusting of authority. I saw the signs and explained them away because facing the truth was harder than maintaining comfortable denial. I failed my daughter in the most fundamental way a parent can fail. I didn't see her suffering. But I also saved her. That has to count for something. Today, I still follow the hashtag Signal for Help account on TikTok. I watch the videos of people explaining the gesture, teaching others how to use it, sharing stories of lives saved. The comment sections are full of survivors saying this helped me and concerned friends saying I noticed this in my friend's video and checked on them. It's still silly, in a way. A hand gesture created for social media, spread by teenagers, executed in the background of casual photos. But it's also brilliant. A universal signal that works across language barriers, that can be made subtly, that tells someone I need help but can't say it out loud. Harper has it tattooed on her wrist now, small, simple, exactly as the gesture looks. A reminder of the worst time in her life and the moment she found a way to survive it. It's not about Dr. Chen, she explained when she showed me. It's about me. About the part of me that refused to completely disappear. The part that kept fighting even when I thought I wanted to give up. I have my own reminder, that Instagram photo, the smell of antiseptic, the memory of my daughter's hollow eyes in the hospital. I carry it with me like a weight, like a warning, like a promise to never stop paying attention. Some people say I'm obsessed now. That I'm overprotective, hypervigilant, unable to trust anyone. Maybe they're right. But I've learned that the people who seem most trustworthy can be the most dangerous. That evil isn't always dramatic, sometimes it's patient and credentialed and hiding behind respectability. I've learned that you can look at someone every day and still not see them. That you can think you're paying attention while missing everything that matters. I've learned that sometimes the most important messages come in silence. In a hand gesture made behind a friend's shoulder. In the things our loved ones can't bring themselves to say out loud. Last week, I was scrolling TikTok again, still a guilty pleasure, still the app that saved my daughter's life. A video appeared on my feed, a young girl, maybe 15, doing the hashtag Signal for Help gesture while pretending to take a selfie. The video was posted by her friend, with the caption, "Noticed this in Emma's story. Called her. She's okay now but she needed help. Thank you TikTok for teaching me to pay attention." I sat there, staring at my phone, thinking about Emma and her friend. About the signal that connected them. About all the Emmas and Harpers out there who need someone to see, someone to notice, someone to care enough to act. I showed the video to Harper during our next coffee date. "See?" she said. "It's working. The signal is working. One person at a time. That's how everything works. One person sees another person. One person decides to pay attention. One person refuses to look away." She squeezed my hand. One mom scrolls TikTok at 11:47 p.m. and learns something that saves her daughter's life. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd scrolled past that video, if I'd gone to bed 30 seconds earlier, if I'd ignored my instinct that something in my daughter's smile was a lie. But then I stop myself, because some answers are worse than the questions. Instead, I focus on what did happen. I saw the signal. I paid attention. I acted. And my daughter is alive. That's the story I tell myself on the hard days. That's the truth I hold on to when the guilt threatens to swallow me whole. A silly TikTok trend saved my daughter's life. And I will never, ever dismiss anything as silly again.
Story 5.
I received a court summons. My sister-in-law accused me of stealing her identity for credit cards and saying her kids. My own family sided with her, including my wife, and called me a disgusting pig. But now the truth is out, and they want to reconcile. I'm going to tell you something that still doesn't feel real, even though I lived through every minute of it. My wife believed I hurt children. Her sister's children. And not just believed it quietly, she looked me in the eyes and called me a monster. Let me back up. 3 months ago, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my morning coffee when a sheriff's deputy knocked on my door. I thought maybe it was a neighborhood thing, someone's car got broken into, routine questions. I opened the door in my pajama pants and old college t-shirt. He handed me an envelope. "Are you Marcus Chen?" "Yeah, that's me." "You've been served." I stood there like an idiot, holding this thick manila envelope, watching him walk back to his car. My hands were shaking when I opened it. Court summons. My name in bold letters. Plaintiff, Rebecca Morrison. My sister-in-law. The charges made my stomach drop through the floor. Identity theft. Fraudulent credit card applications in her name. And then the words that made the whole world tilt sideways: suspected inappropriate contact with minors. Her kids. Emma, who just turned 7. Noah, who's 5. I actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because my brain couldn't process what I was reading. It was like seeing your own name in a news article about a serial killer. The disconnect was total. My wife Jen came downstairs, saw me frozen by the door. "Babe? What's wrong?" I handed her the papers. Couldn't even form words. She read. I watched her face change. It's the kind of thing you can't unsee, the way someone you love looks at you when doubt creeps in. Her expression shifted from concern to confused to something harder. Colder. "Marcus. What is this?" "I have no idea. I swear, I have no idea what she's talking about. Rebecca wouldn't just make this up." That sentence. That's when I knew I was in trouble. "Jen, you know me. You know me. I couldn't even think about hurting kids. And identity theft? Why would I steal her identity? We have good credit. We're fine financially." She set the papers down on the counter, very carefully, like they were contaminated. "She's been having money problems. She told me someone opened credit cards in her name. Maxed them out. And she thinks I did that? Did you?" The question hung there like smoke. I felt something crack in my chest. No, I didn't. She didn't say she believed me. She just nodded, picked up her phone, and walked into the other room. I heard her voice, low and urgent. Calling her mother, I realized. Then calling Rebecca. I stood in my kitchen, still holding my coffee mug, watching my life start to unravel. The family meeting happened that night at Jen's parents' house. I didn't want to go. I knew what it would be, a tribunal, not a conversation. But Jen insisted. "If you're innocent, you need to face this." If. That word was doing a lot of work. Rebecca was already there when we arrived, sitting on the couch with her husband Derek beside her. She looked pale and fragile, tissues in her hand. Her eyes were red. When I walked in, she actually flinched. Like I was dangerous. Jen's parents, Carol and Bill, sat across from them. Carol's face was stone. Bill wouldn't even look at me. "Sit down, Marcus," Carol said. Not unkindly, but not warmly either. I sat. Jen sat next to her mother, not next to me. That hurt more than I expected. Rebecca started talking immediately, her voice breaking. I trusted you. We all trusted you. You were in my house. Around my kids. And the whole time you were stealing from me and, she couldn't finish. Covered her face with her hands. I didn't do anything, I said. My voice came out too loud. Rebecca, I swear, I don't know what's happening, but it wasn't me. The credit cards were opened using my social security number, she said through her fingers. My mother's maiden name. Information only family would know. That doesn't mean it was me. Anyone could have gotten that information. Derek spoke up then, his voice tight. The applications were submitted from IP addresses in this area. And Rebecca told me that you asked her weird questions a few months ago. Personal questions about her banking. What? I never. When did I supposedly ask these questions? At the barbecue, Rebecca said, looking up. Her eyes were accusatory. In July. You asked me what bank I used. You said you were thinking of switching. I remembered the barbecue. We talked about a lot of things. I did ask that. Because I was thinking of switching banks. Our bank has terrible customer service. That's not suspicious. That's a normal conversation. It seems pretty convenient now, Derek said. Carol leaned forward. Marcus, I want to believe you. But Rebecca also said the children have been acting strange. Emma doesn't want to be alone with men anymore. She's been having nightmares. The room started to spin. You think I hurt those kids? Emma drew a picture at school, Rebecca whispered. Of a man touching her. The school counselor called us in. Emma said it was Uncle Marcus. I thought I might throw up. That's not possible. I've never been alone with Emma. Or Noah. You've always been there, or Derek, or other family. I've never, my voice cracked. I love those kids. I would never hurt them. People said that about a lot of predators, Bill said quietly. It was the first thing he'd said since I arrived. Jen was crying now. Silent tears running down her face. This is insane, I said. I stood up. Everyone tensed. Like I was about to do something violent. I'm not sitting here and letting you all accuse me of these things. I didn't steal from Rebecca. I didn't hurt her children. I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to figure it out, and I'm going to prove I'm innocent. The police have been contacted, Carol said. About the other issue. They'll want to talk to you. Other issue. She couldn't even say it. Child abuse. They thought I was a child abuser. I looked at Jen. Do you believe me? She didn't answer. Just looked at the floor. I left. Drove home alone. Jen stayed with her family that night. And the next night. And the one after that. I hired a lawyer immediately. Cost me $3,000 just for the retainer, money we'd been saving for a new roof. Martin Shepard, 50-something guy with tired eyes and a reputation for criminal defense. This is serious, he said when I showed him everything. Identity theft is one thing. We can potentially track down evidence, find the real culprit. But accusations involving children, Marcus, even if you're completely innocent, this will follow you forever. I am innocent. I believe you. But belief isn't evidence. We need to build a case. He got to work. Requested records from the credit card companies. Started pulling my internet history, my phone records, my financial statements. Everything that could prove I wasn't the one who'd opened those fraudulent accounts. Meanwhile, the police did interview me. 2 detectives, a man and a woman, in a gray room that smelled like industrial cleaner. They read me my rights first, which made my mouth go dry. The woman, Detective Prasad, did most of the talking. We need to ask you some questions about your interactions with Emma and Noah Morrison. I've never been inappropriate with those children. I've barely been alone with them. Can you tell us about your relationship with them? I'm their uncle. By marriage. I see them at family gatherings. I've read them books. Played games with them. Normal uncle stuff. Have you ever been alone with Emma? No. Maybe for a minute or two if I was getting something from another room, but never alone. Rebecca or Derek or someone was always around. Emma told her parents that you touched her inappropriately during a visit in August. My vision narrowed. That's not true. I don't know why she would say that, but it's not true. Children rarely lie about these things. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying I didn't do it. Maybe she's confused. Maybe someone else did something and she got mixed up about who. I don't know. But it wasn't me. They asked me 100 more questions. where I was on specific dates, whether I'd ever been arrested, whether I looked at certain kinds of content online. By the end, I felt hollowed out. "Don't leave town," Detective Prasad said as I left. Like I was already guilty. Jen came home a week later to get more clothes. She moved like a ghost through our bedroom, packing a bag. "How long are you staying with your parents?" I asked from the doorway. "I don't know." "Jen, please talk to me." She zipped the bag with too much force. "What do you want me to say? That you believe me? That you know I couldn't do this?" She finally looked at me. Her eyes were hollow. "I don't know what I know anymore. I'm your husband. Rebecca is my sister. Those are my niece and nephew. And I'm telling you I didn't hurt them. I didn't steal from her. Someone is setting me up or there's been a horrible mistake, but it wasn't me." "Why would Rebecca lie?" "I don't think she is lying. I think she believes what she's saying. But that doesn't make it true." Jen's face crumpled. "They showed me the drawing, Marcus. Emma drew a picture of you. She labeled it Uncle Marcus in her little handwriting. Kids make mistakes. Kids get confused. About being touched? About who did it?" Her voice rose. "What if you did do something and you've blocked it out? What if there's something wrong with you that you don't even see?" The accusation felt like being stabbed. "You really think I could hurt a child and not remember it? I don't know what to think." She was crying now, angry tears. "My sister is destroyed. My niece is traumatized. And you're the common denominator. I'm being framed." "By who? Who would do that?" "I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out." She left with her bag. I heard her car pull away and sat down on the bedroom floor. Our bedroom. The room we'd painted together 3 years ago, arguing about whether to go with blue or gray. We'd laughed about it later, covered in paint splatters. That version of us felt like a lifetime ago. Martin called me 2 days later. "I've got something." I drove to his office, probably breaking several traffic laws. He had printouts spread across his desk. "The credit card applications were submitted online," he said. "I got the IP addresses from the credit companies. They're local, like Derek said, but they're not from your home or workplace." "Where are they from?" "Public library. Coffee shop. A hotel lobby downtown. All places with public Wi-Fi. So anyone could have done it." "Right. But here's the interesting part." He slid a paper toward me. "I pulled your internet history and your location data from your phone. On 3 of the 4 dates these applications were submitted, you weren't anywhere near these locations. You were at work, and I've got timestamped security footage to prove it." Something loosened in my chest. "That's good, right? That proves it wasn't me." "It's a start. But we need more. We need to find out who actually did this." "What about the other accusation?" I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. Martin's expression darkened. "That's harder. It's he said she said. Or in this case, he said she said through a 7-year-old. Child testimony is tricky. We need to be very careful." "I want to take a polygraph." "Those aren't admissible in court." "I don't care. I want to take one anyway. I want it on record that I'm telling the truth." He considered this. "It might help with public perception. Your family. I'll arrange it." I took the polygraph 3 days later. Passed every question. The examiner, a retired FBI guy, told me I showed no signs of deception. Martin made copies of the report and sent them to everyone: the prosecutors, the police, my in-laws. It didn't matter. Carol called me and said polygraphs could be fooled. That sociopaths passed them all the time. I wasn't a sociopath. I was just a guy who coached youth basketball on weekends and cried at dog movies. But I was learning that innocence isn't something you can prove. It's something people have to choose to believe. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place. Derek called me. Derek, who'd sat next to his wife and glared at me like I was garbage, was suddenly calling my cell phone at 11 at night. "We need to talk," he said. "Not on the phone. In person." "About what?" "Just meet me tomorrow. The park near your house. 10 in the morning." He hung up before I could ask more questions. I almost didn't go. It felt like a trap. But desperation makes you do stupid things, so the next morning I drove to the park and found Derek sitting on a bench by the playground. Alone. I sat down, keeping distance between us. "What's this about?" He looked exhausted. Older than his 34 years. "I think Rebecca is lying." The words hit me like a physical force. What? I think she made this whole thing up. Or most of it. I don't know anymore. He rubbed his face. I've been going through her stuff. Our financial records. She's been hiding things from me. What kind of things? Debts. She's in deep with credit card debt. Has been for over a year. I didn't know about it. She's been intercepting the mail, making minimum payments from a secret account. How much debt? $47,000. I whistled low. For what? Online shopping. Gambling sites. I found accounts I didn't know existed. She's got a problem, Marcus. A real problem. And instead of telling me, she's been trying to hide it. And the accusations against me? I think when the debt got too big to hide anymore, she panicked. She needed a villain. Someone to blame. You were convenient. Rage flared hot in my chest. She destroyed my life because it was convenient? I'm not defending her. I'm telling you what I think happened. What about Emma? The drawing? The things she said? Derek's face went pale. I've been watching Rebecca with the kids more closely. The way she asks them questions. She's been coaching them, Marcus. Leading questions. Don't you remember when Uncle Marcus did that bad thing? Over and over until Emma started to believe it happened. The playground equipment creaked in the wind. A child's happy scream carried from somewhere distant. That's abuse, I said quietly. What she's doing to those kids is abuse. I know. His voice broke. I married a woman I don't recognize anymore. And she's hurting our children to cover up her lies. Why are you telling me this? Because it's wrong. Because I can't keep lying. And because I found something else. He pulled out his phone, showed me photos. Credit card statements. Look at the dates these purchases were made. I scanned them. Women's clothing. Jewelry. A luxury purse. So? Look at when they were bought. 3 of them were purchased on dates Rebecca told the police she was with the kids all day. But I checked with the schools, with her sister Sarah. She wasn't home. She was out shopping. And if she was out shopping, then she couldn't have been supervising Emma all day like she said. Understanding dawned. Which means Emma could have been alone. Could have been with someone else. Or could have been watching TV and got confused about something she saw and Rebecca twisted it later. I don't know. But the timeline Rebecca gave police doesn't match reality. Will you testify to this? He hesitated. Long enough that I knew how much this cost him. Yes. But Marcus, she's going to fight. When she finds out I'm not backing her anymore, she's going to lose it. She might come after me. After the kids. You need to protect them. Whatever happens with me, protect those kids. I'm already talking to a lawyer. About custody. About divorce. He stood up, looked at me finally. I'm sorry. For what she did. For what I believed. For all of it. Just help me prove it. He nodded and walked away. I sat on that bench for another hour, watching kids play, feeling something like hope for the first time in weeks. Martin worked fast once he had Derek's information. He filed motions. Requested more evidence. Got subpoenas for Rebecca's financial records, her phone records, everything. And it all started to unravel. The credit cards in Rebecca's name? She'd opened them herself. The IP addresses from the library and coffee shops? Security cameras placed her there on those dates, not me. She'd been building debt for 18 months, probably with the intention of declaring bankruptcy, but something had gone wrong. Maybe the creditors had started calling. Maybe Derek had gotten close to finding out. So she pivoted. Blamed me. Created a story where she was the victim and I was a monster, killing 2 birds with one lie, explaining away her debt and her guilty conscience. The accusations about the kids were harder to untangle. Emma had said those things, that much was true. But child psychologist Martin brought in reviewed the interviews and found them problematic. Leading questions. Suggestive language. Rebecca had been interviewed with Emma present multiple times, prompting her, correcting her. It's a textbook case of false memory implantation, one psychologist said. The child has been coached, intentionally or unintentionally, to believe something happened that didn't. When confronted with all this evidence, Rebecca's story changed. First she said she'd been confused. Then she said she was trying to protect her children. Then she said I had manipulated everything to make her look guilty. The prosecutor dropped the case. All of it? Insufficient evidence. Recanted testimony from a witness who'd been proven unreliable. I was free. Except I wasn't. Not really. The news had spread through our community like poison. Everyone knew Marcus Chen had been accused of identity theft and child abuse. Fewer people seemed to know he'd been cleared. I lost my job. Restructuring, my boss said, but we both knew the truth. A client had threatened to pull their business if I stayed on. I'd become a liability. I lost friends. People who'd known me for years suddenly didn't return calls. Neighbors crossed the street when they saw me coming. And I'd lost my wife? Jen came home 2 weeks after the charges were dropped. I heard her key in the door and found her standing in our entryway, a suitcase at her feet. "I'm so sorry," she said immediately. Tears already streaming. "Marcus, I'm so sorry." You believed her. I know. I was wrong. I was so wrong. You thought I could hurt children, Jen. You thought I was capable of that. I was scared and confused, and Rebecca was so convincing. "I'm your husband." My voice rose. "You've known me for 8 years. We've been married for 5. And you believed I was a predator because your sister said so." I know. I hate myself for it. But I want to fix this. I want us to fix this. I looked at her. Really looked at her. She was still beautiful. Still the woman I'd fallen in love with at a mutual friend's wedding, the woman who'd laughed at my dumb jokes and held my hand through my father's funeral. But something was broken. Some fundamental trust had shattered, and I didn't know if it could be repaired. "Your whole family turned on me," I said quietly. "Your mother called me disgusting. Your father said I was like those predators. They were ready to see me locked up. They want to apologize. They want to make amends. I don't care what they want." "Marcus, no." I shook my head. "You don't get to do this. You don't get to almost destroy me and then waltz back in because it turns out I was innocent all along. That's not how this works." "Then how does it work? Tell me what you need." "I need time. I need space. I need to not look at you and remember the way you looked at me when you asked if I'd hurt those kids." She flinched like I'd struck her. Okay, I understand." But she didn't leave. She stood there, crying, waiting for me to soften. To say it was okay. To forgive her. I couldn't do it. "You should go," I said. "This is my house too." "Then I'll go." I packed a bag. Threw in clothes, toiletries, my laptop. Walked past her and out the door. Drove to a motel off the highway and paid for a week in cash. I turned off my phone and lay on the scratchy comforter and stared at the ceiling and tried to figure out who I was now. Without my job. Without my wife. Without the life I'd built. Derek divorced Rebecca. Got full custody of the kids after Rebecca had some kind of breakdown and checked herself into a psychiatric facility for 2 weeks. He sent me an email apologizing again, saying he was getting Emma and Noah into therapy to undo the damage their mother had done. I didn't respond. I was glad the kids were safe, but I couldn't think about them without feeling sick. They'd been used as weapons against me, and even though I knew it wasn't their fault, the association was too painful. The legal system moved slowly. Rebecca was eventually charged with filing false police reports and identity theft of her own identity, ironically, to frame me. She took a plea deal. Probation, community service, mandatory therapy. No jail time because she had mental health issues and was a mother. The whole thing made me want to scream. My lawyer suggested I could sue her civilly. For defamation, for emotional distress, for the job I'd lost and the money I'd spent defending myself. But I was tired. So tired. I just wanted it to be over. I started therapy. Found a guy named Tom who specialized in trauma. I sat in his office with its soft lighting and white noise machine and told him everything. He listened without judgment. "You survived something devastating," Tom said. "False accusations are a unique kind of trauma because they attack your identity. Who you are as a person. I don't feel like I survived. I feel like I'm just existing. That's normal. But existing is the first step. Eventually, you'll start living again." I didn't believe him. But I kept going to sessions. Jen tried to reach out constantly. Calls. Texts. Emails. Letters. Her family tried to, long messages from Carol about how sorry they were, how they'd acted out of fear and confusion, how they wanted to support me now. I read them. Sometimes I cried. But I didn't respond. 3 months after the charges were dropped, I finally agreed to meet Jen for coffee. Neutral ground. A cafe across town where no one knew us. She looked thinner. Tired. She'd cut her hair short, which she'd never done in all the years I'd known her. "Thanks for meeting me," she said when I sat down. "I'm not promising anything." "I know." We ordered coffee. Sat in uncomfortable silence while we waited for it to arrive. When it came, she wrapped both hands around her cup like she was cold, even though it was warm outside. "I've been seeing a therapist too," she said. Trying to understand why I reacted the way I did. Why I was so quick to believe Rebecca. And? She thinks it's because I've always protected Rebecca. Since we were kids. She was the younger sister, the one who needed help. I was the responsible one. And when she came to me crying, saying these horrible things, my instinct was to believe her and protect her. Instead of protecting your husband. Instead of protecting you. She looked up, eyes red-rimmed. "I chose wrong. I chose my sister over you, and I'm going to regret that for the rest of my life." "You called me disgusting." "I know. You asked if I'd blocked out hurting a child. Like I was some kind of monster who didn't even know what I'd done. I was wrong. Marcus, I was so completely wrong, and I don't know how to make it right." "You can't make it right." The words felt heavy. Final. What's done is done. She started crying. Not dramatic sobs, just quiet tears that slid down her cheeks. "Does that mean we're over?" I wanted to say yes. Part of me wanted to hurt her the way she'd hurt me. But another part, the part that had loved her for 8 years, couldn't quite let go. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I don't know if I can forgive this." "But you'll think about it?" "I'll think about it." We finished our coffee. She told me she'd moved out of her parents' house, gotten her own apartment. She was still working at the hospital, but it was hard. People knew. People talked. "Now you know what it feels like," I said without much sympathy. She nodded. "I deserve that. I deserve all of it." Before we left, she reached across the table and took my hand. I didn't pull away. Her skin was warm and familiar, and for just a second, I let myself remember what it was like when we were happy. Then I pulled my hand back and left. I got a new job 2 months later. Lower pay, longer commute, but they didn't care about my past. Fresh start in a company that did background checks but not gossip checks. Slowly, very slowly, I started to rebuild. Made new friends at work. Started going to the gym again. Stopped flinching every time I saw a police car. Jen and I met for coffee once a week. Sometimes twice. We talked about safe things at first, work, weather, books we were reading. Then gradually we started talking about harder topics. The marriage. The betrayal. What it would take to move forward. "I need you to understand that I'll probably never fully trust your family again," I told her 6 months in. "I understand. I barely trust them myself now. And I need to know that if something like this ever happened again, if someone accused me of something horrible, you'd have my back. Without question." "I would. I swear, Marcus. I would. I want to believe you." "Then try. Please try." So I did. I tried. We started marriage counseling. It was brutal. Sessions where we both cried, where old wounds got reopened and examined under fluorescent lights. Our counselor, Patricia, didn't let us off easy. "You both have work to do," she told us. "Jen, you need to rebuild Marcus's trust through consistent action over time. And Marcus, you need to decide if you're truly willing to forgive, or if you're just going through the motions out of habit." That question haunted me. Was I trying to save the marriage because I loved Jen, or because I was too tired to start over? I didn't have an answer. A year after everything fell apart, Derek invited me to lunch. We'd exchanged a few emails over the months, but this was the first time seeing him in person since that day at the park. He looked better. Less haunted. The kids were with him, Emma and Noah, both bigger than I remembered. "They wanted to see you," Derek said. To say something. I tensed immediately. Seeing them made my chest tight. Emma stepped forward, small hands twisted together. "I'm sorry I said you did bad things. Mommy told me to say it, and I didn't understand. I know you didn't hurt me." She was crying. This little 7-year-old girl, crying and apologizing for something that wasn't her fault. I knelt down to her level. "Hey, Emma, look at me. You didn't do anything wrong. Your mom made a mistake, but you were just being a kid. I don't blame you. Not even a little bit." "Really? Really?" She hugged me then. Just threw her small arms around my neck and held on. I hugged her back, feeling something crack open in my chest. Something that had been frozen for a year started to thaw. Noah hugged me too, not fully understanding but following his sister's lead. We all stood there in the parking lot of a family restaurant, this weird broken family trying to piece itself back together. "Thank you," Derek said when the kids went to look at the fish tank inside. "For not hating them." I could never hate them. They're innocent in all this. So are you. We had lunch. The kids chatted about school and friends and a new puppy Derek had gotten them. Normal kid stuff. I told them about my new job, made them laugh with a story about my boss's terrible toupee. It felt almost normal. Almost okay. When I got home, I called Jen. "I want to try again." "Really try?" "You mean it?" "I mean it. But we're taking it slow. Counseling continues. Trust gets rebuilt. And we both have to work at this every single day." "I can do that. I will do that." She moved back in 3 months later. We celebrated our 6th anniversary quietly, just the two of us, acknowledging how close we'd come to not making it. Things weren't perfect. I still had moments where I looked at her and felt a flash of anger or hurt. She still felt guilty, sometimes to the point of overcompensating. But we were trying. Day by day, we were trying. I never reconciled with Carol and Bill. They sent a letter of apology that felt more like legal protection than genuine remorse. I read it once and threw it away. Some bridges, once burned, aren't worth rebuilding. Rebecca wrote me a letter too, from wherever she was living now. I heard she'd moved to another state, started over. The letter was full of excuses and justifications and half apologies. I was in a dark place. I wasn't thinking clearly. I hope you can understand. I burned it without finishing it. I didn't need her understanding or her excuses. I needed her gone from my life, and thankfully, she was. The legal system failed me in a lot of ways, but in one way it worked. She couldn't just walk away clean. The plea deal was on her record. Her nursing license was suspended. Her life imploded too, just in a different way. I didn't take joy in that. Mostly I just felt empty about it. Sad that it had to happen at all. Tom, my therapist, said I was doing remarkably well, considering. Most people who go through false accusations struggle for years, if not their whole lives. You're actively working to heal. That takes courage. I don't feel courageous. I feel tired. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Here's what I learned: innocence is fragile. All it takes is one accusation, one lie told convincingly enough, and your entire life can crater. The truth eventually came out in my case, but I was lucky. I had resources, money for a lawyer, a supportive friend in Derek who came forward, evidence that could be tracked and verified. Not everyone has that. Not everyone survives their false accusation with their life intact. I think about that sometimes. About how close I came to losing everything. About how many people are sitting in prisons right now because someone lied and the evidence didn't come through in time or at all. It makes me angry. It makes me sad. It makes me want to do something, though I haven't figured out what yet. For now, I'm focused on the small things. Rebuilding my career. Strengthening my marriage. Learning to trust again, both others and myself. Last month, Jen and I planted a garden in our backyard. Nothing fancy, just some vegetables and herbs. We worked side by side in the dirt, not talking much, just being together. "I'm glad you gave me another chance," she said quietly, packing soil around a tomato plant. "I'm glad you earned it." She smiled at that. A real smile, not the guilty ones I'd gotten used to. Progress. The tomatoes are growing now. The basil is thriving. Every day I check on them, water them, pull the weeds that try to choke them out. It's a metaphor probably. Our therapist would have a field day with it. But I don't care about the metaphor. I just care about keeping things alive that deserve to live. That's what I'm doing now. Keeping myself alive. Keeping my marriage alive. Pulling out the weeds of bitterness and anger before they take over completely. Some days are harder than others. I still have nightmares where I'm back in that interrogation room or standing in my in-laws' living room being called a monster. I wake up sweating, heart racing, and Jen holds me until the panic passes. "I've got you," she whispers. "You're safe. I've got you." And slowly, I'm starting to believe her again. The thing about betrayal is it doesn't have a clean resolution. There's no moment where everything suddenly becomes okay again. It's just a series of small choices, small victories, small moments where you choose to keep going instead of giving up. I ran into Rebecca once, about 18 months after everything exploded. I was at a grocery store 2 towns over, reaching for cereal, and there she was in the same aisle. We both froze. She looked different. Older, harder around the edges. Her cart was nearly empty, just a few items, the shopping of someone who's eating alone. She saw me and her face went white. "Marcus," she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. I should have walked away. Should have turned around and left without a word. But something made me stay. "Rebecca." She stopped, started again. "I know sorry isn't enough. I know nothing I say will ever be enough. But I need you to know that I think about what I did every single day. It haunts me." "Good," I said. Not cruelly, just honestly. She nodded, tears welling up. "I was sick. I am sick. That's not an excuse, but it's the truth. I got addicted to spending, to gambling, and when it all came crashing down, I panicked. I thought if I could blame someone else, make myself the victim, I could escape the consequences of my own choices. So you chose to destroy me instead." "Yes." She wiped her eyes. "And I destroyed my own children in the process. Emma still has nightmares. Noah doesn't trust people the way he should. Derek won't even let me have supervised visitation anymore. I lost everything, and I deserved to." I stood there, holding a box of cereal, looking at this woman who'd tried to ruin my life. Part of me wanted to feel satisfaction at her downfall. But mostly I just felt hollow. "I hope you get help," I said finally. "Real help. Not for my sake, but for your kids. They deserve a mother who isn't broken." "I'm trying. I go to meetings. I have a therapist. I'm on medication now," she laughed bitterly. "Too little, too late, right? For some things, yeah. You can't undo what you did. But you can try to be better going forward. Derek said you and Jen are working things out." "We're trying." "That's more than I deserve. More than I managed." She looked down at her cart. "I should go. I'm sorry I ran into you. I'm sorry for everything." She walked away quickly, almost running. I stood there for a long time before I remembered what I'd come to the store for in the first place. That night, I told Jen about the encounter. We were sitting on the couch, her feet in my lap, TV playing something neither of us was really watching. "How did it make you feel?" she asked. "Seeing her?" "Sad, mostly. She destroyed herself trying to destroy me, and now everybody loses." "Do you forgive her?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. No. I don't think I do. Maybe someday, but not now. What she did was too big, too deliberate. But I don't hate her either. I just want her to be far away from me and getting the help she needs. That seems healthy. Tom would be proud. I smiled slightly. "What about you? Do you forgive her?" Jen's expression hardened. "She's my sister, but what she did to you, what she did to all of us, I don't know if I can forgive that. She turned me against my husband. She made me believe you were a monster. That's not something you just get over." "Have you talked to her?" "Once. Right after she moved. She called me crying, wanting sympathy, wanting me to understand." Jen shook her head. "I told her I couldn't do it. That she needed to figure herself out before she tried to rebuild any relationships. She hasn't called since." We sat in silence for a while. The TV flickered, light and shadow across our living room. "We're going to be okay," Jen said softly. "Aren't we?" "Yeah," I said, surprising myself with how much I meant it. "I think we are." Work got better too. My new company promoted me after a year, gave me a team to manage. My boss, Rita, was a straight shooter who didn't care about gossip or background noise. She cared about results. "You're good at what you do," she told me during my review. "You're patient with your team, thorough with your work, and you don't bring drama to the office." That's exactly what I need. It felt good to be valued for something again. To be seen as a person, not a headline or a whispered story. I made friends at work. Real friends, not just office acquaintances. People who knew my past because I told them myself, plainly and without embellishment, and who decided I was worth knowing anyway. One of them, a guy named James, invited me to join his basketball league. Recreational stuff, just for fun. I hesitated because my last coaching gig had ended when parents found out about the accusations. Even though I'd been cleared, they didn't want to take chances with their kids. "It's just adults," James said, reading my hesitation. "No kids, no drama. Just a bunch of guys who miss playing ball and refuse to accept they're getting old." I joined. Every Tuesday night, I played basketball with a group of men who knew nothing about my past except what I chose to share. We talked about sports and movies and complained about our knees. It was beautifully, perfectly normal. That's what I craved most, normalcy. The chance to just be a regular person living a regular life. Slowly, piece by piece, I built that for myself. 2 years after the accusations, Jen and I renewed our vows. Nothing fancy, just us and a handful of close friends. Derek came with the kids. Tom came, which felt right given how much he'd helped me survive the darkest period of my life. We stood in our backyard, in front of the garden we'd planted together, and promised each other things we probably should have promised the first time around. To believe in each other. To stand together even when it's hard. To never let outside voices matter more than what we know to be true about each other. I choose you, Jen said, holding my hands, crying. Every day, for the rest of my life, I choose you. I'm sorry I didn't before. I'm sorry I failed you. But I promise I won't fail you again. I choose you too, I said. Even though you broke my heart. Even though part of me is still healing. I choose to try, to forgive, to build something better than what we had before. We kissed, and our friends clapped, and it felt like a true beginning. Not a return to what was, but a step forward into something new. Emma and Noah gave us a drawing they'd made, a picture of our family, including them, all holding hands under a rainbow. Because you're our uncle and we love you, Emma said seriously. And because rainbows come after storms. I hung that drawing in my office. On the hard days, when old memories crept in, I looked at it and remembered that some things can be repaired. Some relationships can be rebuilt, stronger than before. Not all of them. Some things stay broken. I never spoke to Carol or Bill again. Christmas cards came every year, but I threw them away unopened. The wound that was too deep, the betrayal too complete. But the things that mattered most, my marriage, my sense of self, my ability to trust, those things were slowly healing. I started volunteering with an organization that helps people who've been falsely accused. I couldn't be a lawyer or an investigator, but I could be a voice. Someone who'd survived it and come out the other side. I spoke at support group meetings, shared my story, offered what comfort I could to people trapped in the nightmare I'd escaped. Does it get better? A man named Kevin asked me once. He was 3 months into fighting accusations from a coworker. His wife had left him. His kids wouldn't talk to him. It gets different, I told him honestly. I won't lie and say everything goes back to normal, because it doesn't. But you learn to build a new normal. And if you're lucky, if you fight hard enough, the truth comes out. Then you get to decide what kind of life you want to build in the aftermath. I'm so angry all the time. That's valid. Be angry. Just don't let the anger consume you. Don't let it turn you into someone you're not. The person who accused you doesn't get to change who you are at your core. He nodded, not fully convinced but willing to listen. I understood that. When you're in the middle of hell, it's hard to believe there's an exit. But there was. I was living proof. 3 years out, I can say my life is good. Not perfect, I still have triggers, still have moments where paranoia creeps in and I wonder if someone's going to accuse me of something else. But those moments are less frequent now, less intense. Jen and I talk about having kids someday. That's a conversation we couldn't have had even a year ago, but now it feels possible. Scary as heck, given what happened with Emma and Noah, but possible. What if someone accuses us of something? I asked her during one of these conversations. What if we have a kid and someone decides to use them as a weapon against us? Then we fight, Jen said firmly. Together. We document everything, we protect our family, and we fight. But Marcus, we can't live our lives in fear of what might happen. That's letting Rebecca win all over again. She was right. Living in fear wasn't living at all. So we're trying. Not for kids yet, but for a life that feels full and real and ours. We're planning a trip to Japan next year, something we talked about doing for our 5th anniversary before everything fell apart. We're looking at houses, thinking about moving somewhere new, somewhere without the weight of bad memories attached to every corner. We're moving forward. Last week, I got an email from Derek. The kids wanted to know if I'd come to Emma's school play. She had a speaking role, her first, and she wanted me there. I almost said no. The thought of sitting in a school auditorium, surrounded by other parents, some of whom might remember the accusations, made my stomach turn. But then I thought about Emma's face when she'd apologized to me. The way she'd hugged me like I was someone worth holding on to. The drawing hanging in my office. I went. I sat in the back row, Jen beside me, Derek and his girlfriend a few seats over. When Emma came on stage in her costume, a tree, somehow, in what appeared to be a play about environmental conservation, she scanned the audience until she found us. Her face lit up, and she waved enthusiastically, completely breaking character. I waved back, grinning like an idiot. After the play, she ran up to us, branches askew, makeup smudged. "Did you see me? Did you see my part?" "You were amazing," I told her. "Best tree I've ever seen." I had 3 whole lines. "And you nailed everyone." We got ice cream after, all of us together. Noah told me about his soccer team. Emma talked nonstop about the play and her friends and a book she was reading. Derek and his girlfriend held hands under the table. It was such a small thing. Just ice cream on a random Thursday. But it felt significant. Like proof that life could be rebuilt, relationships could heal, and joy could exist again even after everything had been torn apart. Driving home, Jen reached over and squeezed my hand. "Thank you for going tonight. I know it wasn't easy. It was easier than I thought it would be." "That's growth. Or I'm just getting numb to discomfort." She laughed. "Tom would say that's also a form of growth." Maybe he would. Maybe that's all healing really is, getting comfortable with discomfort, learning to exist in a world that hurt you and finding reasons to stay anyway. I don't have a neat bow to tie on this story. I don't have a moment where everything became perfect and all the pain disappeared. Real life doesn't work that way. What I have is this: I survived. My marriage survived. And on most days now, I'm genuinely happy. Not ecstatic, not without shadows, but happy. Content. Grateful to still be here. The accusations tried to kill me, not literally, but in every way that matters. They tried to kill my reputation, my relationships, my sense of self. And they almost succeeded. But I'm still here. I'm still here, and I'm rebuilding, and most importantly, I'm not letting what happened define the rest of my life. Rebecca made her choices. My in-laws made theirs. Even Jen made hers, in that terrible moment when fear overtook love. But I'm making mine now. Every day, I choose to keep going. To trust again. To love again. To believe that most people are good, even though I learned firsthand how quickly good people can turn into a mob when they're scared. That's my truth now. Not the accusations. Not the betrayal. But what came after, the slow, painful, worthwhile work of building a life from ruins. And you know what? The foundation is stronger this time. Because I built it myself, with clear eyes and steady hands, knowing exactly what I'm capable of surviving. If you're reading this and you're going through something similar, whether you're falsely accused or betrayed by someone you loved, I want you to know it's survivable. It doesn't feel like it in the moment. In the moment, it feels like drowning. Like the weight will never lift. But it will. Not all at once, and not without scars, but it will. You'll have good days and bad days. Days where you feel strong and days where you want to give up. Days where forgiveness seems possible and days where anger consumes everything. That's normal. That's part of surviving trauma. Let yourself feel it all. Get therapy. Build a support system of people who believe you. Document everything. Fight for yourself when no one else will. And on the worst days, when it feels like you'll never be whole again, remember this: you're already doing the hardest part. You're still here. You're still fighting. That counts for something. That counts for everything. I look at my life now, my wife, my job, my friends, the garden growing in my backyard, and I feel something I didn't think I'd ever feel again after everything happened. Hope. Not naive hope that bad things won't happen. But hope that I can handle whatever comes. That I'm stronger than I thought. That some things, once broken, can be carefully, painstakingly, lovingly put back together into something that works. Maybe not the same as before. Maybe better in some ways, worse in others. But whole enough to function. Whole enough to live. And right now, on this random Tuesday evening with Jen beside me and dinner cooking on the stove and a basketball game waiting for me tomorrow night, that's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything.